I don't want
No, I've just been on a lot.
where they tell you the payouts.
I've been on a lot of FTs and a lot of situations. Where
Like pilots. Okay. Can I just
Life on the fringes, mate.
Yeah, about to fall. And blind is 20, 40, 40.
Free drinks, by the way, guys, just so you know.
Yeah, have a drink.
Got the
Actually, where's my drink? For those who drink during the day,
Huh? Yeah, boy.
yeah, good.
Get something that will kiss. Just a little bit. I've got to go.
Alright, shuffle up everyone.
I'll shuffle up and do.
We're on stream here, bro. What are you doing?
thinks he's at a rave. Thinks he's at a rave.
Can't make it up.
I'm always at
Imagine my music came on.
Lots of fans there.
No using the phones at the table, please, guys.
How you think pots and pans so good? Not at all.
Call is a
I saw
40.
people on stream like holding their hands.
Fold.
He just said you can, you just can't watch the stream.
Yeah, I can't watch it straight, guys.
And just not text, no
Fold.
texting
I just want
calls.
to put on music right now.
Raise. 80. Fold. 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 All fold.
Here's 100k over, mate.
Whichever knows payouts are now on the screen.
Thank you.
Thank you. For us vision intake.
1600 now.
Okay.
1924. For the next couple.
16, 19, 24.
And then 16 up
Numbers
top.
in my game.
And 16
Huh?
off top.
I like numbers, mate.
Numbers? Is it? That's good. You can help me out with the calculations.
I know, I'm a
Dude, that's pretty good. Is that what's that word? Eidetic? Do you have an eidetic
Nah,
memory?
nothing like that. It's just numbers and sort of.
What?
Have a Harley go yesterday.
Sorry?
I'm not using it. Oh, I can't be on it.
12th, I think he said.
Call is a 40. Raise to 80. 80, please. 40. Mini raise to 80. 75. Raise to 80. $180. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Ones are up 25, 50 with a 50.
Fold. 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 Fold.
So here we are. We've are back at the Oakwood
In a suite, yeah.
Why aren't you happy?
here in Melbourne.
I'm happy.
There was that much chatter out there. Now
It's the Hachem Deepstack. I'm Harvey Silver. Welcome
Sure, man. Look at that.
as we have our final 9 set here, and you can see the guy at the top of the chip count, who many of you would know very well, Liam Juho,
Oh, yeah.
He's so funny.
Yeah.
up the top there. Very, very accomplished poker player.
He wears his sleeves on his t-shirt or whatever that is. Hard on his sleeves. It's fun.
This is the Hachem Deepstack. Just ignore that ticker for the moment. It's still got the ticker up from last night's Goliath, and no surprise that we still do. That finished at about 2:30 in the morning, and our operators have come in early to set up. That's a little
Too good to be
hangover from that, but
black tan.
we'll correct that. Obviously, we're 25 minutes behind live here, so it does take us 25 minutes to
Call is a 50.
correct anything there.
Raise to 100. 4.
Payouts are correct though.
Fold.
It is 16,000
Fold.
up top. You can see in the chat if you've got your chat on.
Fold.
16,000.
Fold. All fold.
Pretty good payday. Daniel Klinger just behind Liam there. Those two have got the vast majority of the chips on this table. And again, if you follow poker in this country, you'll know Daniel very well also. As the players get eliminated, they walk past us here in the broadcast booth. We might try and grab them as they leave the felt.
Fair enough. Hold it.
And I'll be joined by some other poker luminaries. I reckon this will go for at least another couple of hours here, though. Up on the 41st floor of the Oakwood Premier, this beautiful room, which is hosting our broadcast table, our RFID table.
Call is a 50.
Me and Diddy are definitely going out for dinner.
And I said it so many times yesterday, if you're on the broadcast, these guys come up here and feel like they've just walked onto the set of a James Bond movie, Casino Royale.
Fold.
It's got that feel about it. Beautiful velvet couches. They've got their own bar up here.
Fold.
One of the bonuses of making a final table when you get up here is that the bar's open for you as a player.
Double start stack every
And
sick. That's awesome.
don't mind a little drink in the middle of the day. Most of these guys have had a little scotch to get them going, or a little vodka, as you can see there. And they're having a ball. Can't encourage you enough if you are in Melbourne
280.
or in Victoria. Come down. We've got so much still to play. You can see here that Medit is all in, but he is all in with aces. Really well placed.
Call.
We get a call from Daniel with the pocket sevens. Kwong folds. Now Liam's got a decision here. With the King Jack suited. Looks like he will have a look with the discount out of the big blind. So we go 3 to the flop. Medit looking good here.
Check.
There's the flop, and just to make it a little bit more pleasant for him, he whacks another ace.
Check. Check.
So
Check. Showdown, please.
Medit triples up there.
Sure.
Great time for him to do it. It was getting incredibly short.
Pocket ace.
All of a sudden, he's got nearly 1 million chips.
Offside river.
That's how quickly he can turn around.
Thinking about it.
And don't you love it to turn around?
Make
Pocket
sure-
aces coming out just when you need them. It's a stacked table this. And get on the chat. I see you're starting to join in. I'll probably repeat myself a few times as we can see people joining us across our 3 different broadcast platforms. Of course, we're on the Australian Poker Tour Facebook page. That's where most of you seem to be watching it. We're also on YouTube and on Twitch. Going around the world on Twitch, we get a lot of viewers. Geez, we get a lot of viewers not that many live, but watching replays of this across Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, one. I was expecting one, but yeah. Two is good enough. Paul is a
I
50.
do have to tell you, I was in there for the briefing when the guys came in. For most of these guys, it was their first visit up here on the 41st floor, and I'm pretty darn excited when they walked in. This is a really different experience for them.
Paul.
680 behind.
Normally we've got our feature table in the middle of the room or up on a stage in the big barns that we play in. This feels really exclusive when you come up the dedicated lift up to the top level here and walk through the glass doors and see the whole setup, including all the cameras and the lights. And the guys been
Gentlemen.
pretty damn excited as soon as they walked in. Causes our organisers a little bit of pain because it's a long way bringing players up from the main floor up to here. And in fact, there's a little ante room where we can get 3 tables in on this level, and when the 14 players came back, we actually used that ante room initially to get it down to the final table, and then brought the last 9 in.
Cheers, Valet. It's the first and second.
Just a question on the space on the chat there. What's the space normally used for?
First,
I'll tell you what, if you're having a
I'll
party
give you the trophy.
for about
You can have
50
the trophy,
people,
you can have the glitz and the glamour, but I'll take
could
the
not think of a better place, not just in Melbourne, but anywhere that I've seen.
You earned it.
You got plenty.
It is an event space. There's a restaurant underneath us on the 40th floor with the most incredible views of Melbourne, and then you come up one more level and there's these 2 little event rooms. It was 21st here last Saturday night, that sort of stuff. So, yeah, I didn't know about it. I live 10 minutes down the road drive, and I didn't know that this place existed. So, amazing. Can't talk it up enough. Quan, who's going by Joe. Around to Liam. Had the pleasure of having Liam in the commentary booth a few times at previous Australian Poker Tours.
100.
Very knowledgeable. Very, very knowledgeable. And also knows all the players too. Gives him a massive advantage. Plays a lot against probably most of the guys on this table. Very experienced players here. No surprise that they've negotiated a field of well over 100. Can't believe the numbers that we've been getting for these fields. Well over 100. 117, as you can see there on the top corner. Negotiated this down to the final 9. Tong now, who's one of our chatty players, loves the talk. He's gone all quiet with the pocket jacks on the big blind here. Just gonna work out how to play it.
All in. Paul.
It's all in. Fortunately, Liam, who's got the big stack there, and it's probably, going to do a lot of min raises.
Oh, I always shuffle with
Fortunately there for Tun.
Well, not always, but most of it's the sweet spot.
Nothing for him to come along with. So there are our chip stacks even out a bit, even since we've sat down here. It's evened out. We had 2 right up the top and a lot of short stacks. Some of the short stacks have just picked up a few chips, and thought we might lose a couple really early here, but maybe not.
Paul is a 50. Paul. Fold. 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 Raise to 100. Fold.
Does have a hand this time, Liam. The pocket eights, and Tong now has a decision with the pocket sevens out of the small blind.
Well, you always shuffle with the 50, the 5 goes.
He bluffed it.
I did correct it to usually.
True, okay, fair enough.
He's in exactly the same situation as he was last hand, facing a min raise from Liam.
How many reds is that?
He had the jacks last time, re-raised. Liam quickly folded.
Two
He's
oranges.
having a real good look at his stack, but he will see that
Yeah, thank you.
Liam's got about twice as much as he's got behind him. Just wonder if this is going to be the same play here. He does re-raise though. Might find himself in trouble, and what a good fold that is.
All fold.
Read and good fold.
Would have danced through it all.
Yeah.
Possibly saved his tournament there. Well done.
Yeah. Cool, I had sevens.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So, I would have seen it on the stream anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, would have been. Oh.
Yeah. You would have been laughing, and then bang.
Sevens always come.
Sevens is, I was thinking of just flatting it. And just, because sevens has been freaking hot.
Of course, we're streaming this 25 minutes behind the play. I'm actually
I forgot about the time.
commentating this to the delayed stream, so it's not, I'm doing this live and then it's going out on delay. It's an extra level of security for us. I have no idea what's going on in that room in real time, but the guys, if they want to catch up, they have to wait 25 minutes, and as you'll see, there's no phones at the table either, so they can't be sitting there watching the stream even though it's behind, so they're not really getting any info.
Call is 50.
Doesn't usually happen.
You don't make good fold usually?
Nah.
You don't usually shuffle 25Ks either.
100.
Shit, man, I think my soul's been read. You got my number. Sorry, I forgot about the language.
So Liam again has a hand. Ace Queen suited.
We raised to 250.
Pop that up.
Fold. 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 Fold.
So it comes all the way back to Dan, who's going to put in another 150 to call that raise.
Fold.
And
All fold.
thinks better of it.
Just back it up.
Seen some good poker already here. Can understand a lot of money up top. These guys want to get through these pay jumps, especially the guys with the bigger stacks. Don't want to be giving away too many chips at this stage. The next player out takes $1,600 for ninth. It's 10 times that if you get to first, 16,000. So can totally understand the play here, especially as I say, if you've got chips, and Daniel there just thinking better of it, and it was a great fold.
Not unless you bust earlier, then you only.
When you're 30, you would have got last dollar.
Chris
That's right, you gotta stick
down the
with it.
bottom,
Right on the bubble line.
just about to get blinded out here. Gonna have to play during this orbit. Graham also getting quite short.
That's 100% right.
Oh, I don't like this.
I don't like it either. See, is that 100% right?
100% right.
I think it just dropped from his hand, and then it was the top one. Then,
Alright,
yeah.
alright.
I
Fold.
don't know. Good luck, Christian.
Oh, bro, this is wrong.
So
Sometimes it's better than
Christian now
We find this out.
out of the hijack. Again, another player that Guys who know this circuit and know
100.
poker in Australia would know Christian very well. Very accomplished player.
Fold.
Tom folds. The king 2 suited. Chris has got a fold off the button there.
He's safe from me, alright?
Safe from you.
Well, you're not busting.
Simon.
I can't bust you.
Get all the way around to Graham.
What do we got?
He's got 115 behind. He's on the big blind.
Get in there, man.
And he's got to get his money in.
I'd both you.
No, he decides not to. All right. Not quite sure which spot Graham's waiting for, but
Yep, that's right.
he's going to have to play real soon.
What was the other one?
I
No, never.
Maybe he's looking for the extra $350, which is the pay jump between 9th and 8th.
I didn't even realise it was my card that was
King.
potentially.
Oh, no,
I
sorry.
think it's just looked dope. I think it just.
It was an 8.
1950 for 8th, 2,400 for 7th,
You could have.
3,000 for 6th, and then we move all the way up to over 10k for 2nd and 16k for our winner. Haven't lost anybody yet.
So that only
A bit surprised that we haven't. We lost 5 players that quickly this morning.
Somewhere between A7 and A8.
You know what would have happened though? The river would have powered up. So just a dead hand.
In 25
So many short stacks coming in, this like tiny short stacks this morning. Single big blind, 1.5 big blinds that went through really quickly. And now we've got guys down the bottom who
100.
are really, really short. A bit of comment there on the chat just about how shallow some of the stacks are here. Certainly feels from this perspective that
3 seconds.
it's about pay jumps and
It is not my moment.
just trying to explain it, guys. I think they're just holding on, trying to get a pay jump. A lot of these guys.
I better than last hand. No, 8
Certainly felt Graham on the big blind there with just 2 blinds behind was going to shove. Now he's got 90k behind, as does Chris.
I was there, mate, for the whole triple-double MVP season. Average triple-double in a season. Average.
People think he might retire.
Yeah.
I think that a lot. He might retire this year. I think that about LeBron too. He might retire. Get to that era by the Curry, LeBron, Durant.
It's going to get spicy at the top end, though. I've no doubt about that when we get to seeing some of these bigger stacks
Anthony Edwards.
and some of these really, really heavy hitters, good players.
Even Davis is getting fucking towards the second half.
Anthony Davis.
Yeah, he
Oh,
was like that young.
he's like 9 years in now. He's like 10.
Yeah, I know, but he was like that young guy. You know?
I used to watch Anthony Davis in Kentucky. You know that, right? Him and Kemba Walker, right? I watched the actual finals. Like Kemba hit the step back jump shot, like the 3. Like he was so skinny.
Kemba's
Davis.
in Europe now, right?
Sure what Joe's got here. He hasn't
Yeah, he's not in the league.
put his cards down on the reader yet.
But Davis used to be so skinny and tall.
Where's the 100?
Whatever it is, we'll find out.
Fold.
Again, just I'm sure most of you who've watched us online would know this RFID table. There's a chip in every card. So there's no camera. We're not seeing the cards at any point. It's just got to put them down properly in that little box in front of you so we can read both cards. Graham is absolutely got a push here with A7
America 6 times.
suited. I don't know what he's waiting for.
Going at the wrong time of year, huh?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I always go during July
Yeah,
World
it's
Series,
World
and
Series,
it's
yeah.
finals. The closest I've been, which was a pretty fucking amazing experience.
I'm not quite sure what the pain is here for Graham.
In the actual finals, and they were playing in San Antonio, and I was in Miami,
Yep.
and you paid $5.
Come on, mate.
Oh,
on the big
yeah,
screen.
and they played on the
So
big
the
screen.
stadium's got like 15,000
There it is.
people in it, 10,000 people in it.
Yep.
90.
The for you has burgers, chips, hot dogs. Like it's like the game's on, but they're just not playing.
Yeah. And you're just
All the
watching it
lights,
on
the
big
dancers,
screen.
they're watching on the big screen, even the guy on the microphone. LeBron James.
So Daniel,
Everyone goes
9'6"
crazy.
suited.
No one's
Suppose he's
security come out, they stand in the circle.
only
watching
50k to call. His
Yeah, that would have been fun.
issue is he's got Joe behind him.
People stand outside the stadium,
Mm-hmm.
and congestion would be on the road.
Yep.
So the council opened up the stadium.
Yeah.
Everyone,
They changed it.
because people would
5,000?
outside like Fed
Thank you.
Square.
Yeah.
Don't know what Joe's got. He
When
stacked those cards on top of one on top of the other, so we haven't been able to read it.
Seat 8.
Bit of fun sometimes when we don't know
technically
what one of the players is holding.
in the stadium,
8.
but not with the players playing.
Rescan, please. Rescan the card, please.
There we go.
Thank you.
Now, TD has realised that and put the cards on the reader. Hopefully that comes up pretty soon. And player at risk is Graham.
Oh,
20. Yeah. 20k, sorry.
sorry.
That's a side block.
Side block.
Block from the main. Still action on the side, yeah?
Yes. Sorry.
All right, still haven't seen his cards, but here we go. To the flop.
Check.
Seven's nice for Graham, but
Check.
it's not great because Daniel's just flopped a flush. That's straight, I should say. And a 9. What is going on here? What an incredible flop that was for Daniel, sitting there with 9-6. He's just figuring out
Check.
what he can put in here. Decides to check. Yeah, you're right. He must be holding a 7. Graham must be holding a 7 of another suit there. There's clearly not 2 diamonds in the deck.
Check.
It's a graphic error. Hasn't picked up. Yeah, it hasn't picked up the card properly when he put it down. You'll see the cards when they get turned over, so you'll realise that there's not 2 7s of diamonds, clearly. Come on. Dan does bet
100.
eventually.
Fold.
He folds. So let's see what Graham's actually got when he turns it over.
Nice turn card for me as well. Gave me the flush draw at least. Oh.
It is the hearts. Yeah, 7 of hearts it is. It's a red 7 anyway. Whatever it was,
Not flush draw from the turn.
he's hit the rail.
Straight line. Actually turned it flush draw.
The next one, see you, mate.
Yeah.
A flop frush has taken him out. And it was, yeah, as the guys can see in the chat, it was the 7 of hearts, not the 7 of diamonds that he had in his hand. And it's ta-da to Graham. Great guy. Did incredibly well to get into the final table, and we finally get down to 8 players. He takes away $1,600.
Yeah, I told you. He's a player. Have a drink.
Yeah, I'm waiting, but I can't get one until
Yeah,
after this end.
Graham's come on now because we're, as I say, we're 25 minutes behind. He's obviously watching. Was there 4 of hearts, Graham? Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
ace anything, you're putting that in, mate.
Just the edge a bit, you know?
It's us, and it's just. Look,
Yeah.
During the break, we'll check the chips inside those cards just to make sure that we've got them right. It's the first time I've seen that the whole broadcast, that it's misread a card. Sometimes when the players bend the cards a bit too much and just alter the chip in the slightest possible way, it does misread the cards. It's very rare though. As I say, that's the first time I've seen that since we've been broadcasting this event.
Alright. First, second, third now.
Sorry to confuse you all out there, but I will say without a shadow of a doubt, it's still a way better system than the old flip the cards up to the camera.
were you on our table or the other table?
Which one just then?
Yeah, were you on our table? Yeah, you saw what happened.
So just getting back to that, congrats to the big man, Graham. Negotiated a field of 117 entries all the way through to the final table. Takes home 1,600 for his trouble. And our pay jump now up to 1950. Liam and Daniel up the top there of the VPIP, which is basically a shortened version of saying how much money they are voluntarily putting into the pot. So it's a pretty good reflection of how many hands they're involved in. So the two chip leaders have been involved in the most hands and voluntarily putting their money into the pot.
Especially when like you first started after you weren't talking about when Joe Hachem won it.
Very good question up there on the chat. Do these guys not have a job? A lot of these guys are playing this game pretty much professionally. Follow the tour around Australia, playing in organised games, and a lot of these guys obviously are playing a lot online as well. So hard to keep down a steady job when you're playing a lot of poker. Work sort of interferes with that. Fortunately, I get to work in poker, so I am working and and I'm here at poker. Unfortunately, I don't get a chance to play too much though.
Fold.
Lines up. Next hand. 30, 60, 60.
Fold.
30, 60, 60.
Oh, we've cracked a milli.
So
What a time to be alive.
Chris folding an ace there. Interesting play. He's got 90k behind him.
Where'd you go in your basketball grand final, by the way?
Won both of them.
Hey!
Yeah.
Nice, man.
Monday
That's
and Wednesday. Monday we smashed it. And then Wednesday was a little bit close, but
Daniel now
and then we
on the
won
button
up a
with
division in both.
ace 7 off.
Monday we're in a low division, so
Yeah.
so we've gone up and we're 2-0 now on Monday, still in the high division.
Yeah, nice. That's awesome.
We're doing well. So it's so refreshing playing with good players, because the last couple of years I've just been playing with recreationals.
Like your friends and stuff.
Yeah.
Decides to let it go.
Play with players that are good. They make you play better.
And they understand.
passes,
They understand the
it's-
fundamentals.
Yeah.
And of course, Liam picks up the Cowboys on the big blind. But it is going to be some strife here if he doesn't believe Liam, and Liam's been playing a hell of a lot of hands. The other players sitting there are going to be thinking he can't keep getting hands and raising. He's just bullying us a bit. But this time, he absolutely has it.
We're pretty good, yeah.
Raise to 250.
Raises it up to 250. It's another 150 for Medit to call. They always look better when they're suited, but King 2 is a pretty lousy hand at the best of times. But again, he's been sitting and watching Liam play nearly every hand and raising a lot of them too, and maybe he's thinking that he's trying to bully him.
14, 15
I wouldn't be completely surprised if he shoved here, thinking that Liam's light.
That level, like the big champs level at under 16, like who keep it going?
Yeah.
It's so good.
Call.
He in fact just decides to call, leaving himself with about 500,000 chips behind. There's only one king in the deck. He wouldn't want to see that. No spades for Medit, but there is an ace out there. The only card Liam wouldn't have wanted to see come out on the flop was an ace. I suppose he might be thinking to himself, if Medit was holding an ace, he potentially would have shoved. Very, very good player, Liam. I'm not going to try and second guess him at all. I'll be completely proven wrong. Whatever I say, he'll do the opposite. He decides to put a little bet of 125 in to an already bloated pot. And unless Medit's shoving, he's going to fold. He chooses to fold.
Blinds are 30, 50, BB 50.
It was a very late night last night. I'm sure some of you stayed up till the end to watch the end of the Goliath, which had $69,000 top prize. And congrats to Raf Tenenbaum, who took that one out in the very, very early hours of the morning after 2 a.m. He was medium to short stack for a lot of it, but came home like a train, and well done.
That's mathematically impossible.
Hung on from Matty Wakeman, who had a huge chip stack at various stages. That was our big buy-in tournament here. $2,250 buy-in, $69,000 top prize. Lots and lots of events. There's 3 or 4 events here at the Oakwood Premier each day. There's satellites to get yourself into our main event. And
I've looked, but you can give me another walk again if you want.
you can come down and satellite your way into that, or you can come down and play it. Our first flight is today of the main event. And we've got some fun coming up as well. Brendan Favola is hosting a tournament here on Friday. Come down and meet Fev and play in that one. Just head to Facebook or to the Australian Poker Tour website for the full schedule. If you're in Melbourne, guess what? Liam's got another hand. He has been running hot here with the cards and with his play as well. And out of the small blind, he raises it to 180. Christian, though, has got an ace-7. And he's got a decision out of the big blind. He's just counting it out, and he'll realise that he's got 910k behind. And he also would have been sitting there realising that Liam has played so many hands. He can't possibly be getting hands every time, can he?
There's some funny pictures.
Going to be a raise, I'd say.
Call.
No, just call, sorry. Call. Just a lot of chips there, but
That's all.
they were small chips, so calls 120. We go to the flop. 8-6-2 is the flop. Could you?
Check.
Do you get what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's one of those things.
Check.
So we can see up in the top corner there. He's only got 4 outs, Liam. It's easy for us because we can see the cards. Christian just trying to figure this out. He's only got an ace high here. Probably feels he's just going to have a bet, and he does.
125.
Bit of a feeler bet just to see where he's at. And even though it is a feeler bet, it's a big percentage of his stack. It's not that much for Liam though, so he just wants to see that last card, see if perhaps he can hit. And of course he does, because it's Liam Dewar. Liam. Wow.
Sure.
Decides to check.
Check.
Can't bet again. He's going to get the bad news that he got rivered there, Christian. And Liam Dewar shows us again that good play mixed with a little bit of good fortune is how you stack chips in big events.
I was looking at the first turn, so
I think.
you probably leave the pot.
It's really easy to go through hands after they've been played and then go, oh, wow, didn't Christian bet on the flop?
665 on
But-
the floor.
540,000.
Might seem easy when we're sitting here, when it's potentially for your tournament life, and you've still got chips and there's 16k up top. Just changes things a little bit.
Where's the button? Buttons. Oh, sorry. Yeah. What's the queen?
Because I know I have
Oh,
one
this
this
one, yeah.
One world, isn't it?
Everyone's living around it.
It's a real hard one there. I mean, he's got no idea what Liam's holding, but A7 is just really such a difficult hand to improve.
I've been doing it. It's like
Just
thinking
hoping
about
another
it.
ace comes out. And even if another 7 comes out, you still don't know where you are because so many overcards out there already. It's
Playing a turbo, boys, man. Come on. What is this? Everyone's got 5 bigs.
Got somewhere to bet.
tough hand when
Yes.
you've got a
Main event.
player with the skills of Liam up against you.
There it is.
They got 4
Good luck.
cards.
And Simon puts in the rest of his 395k, all in with the ace queen.
All in 90.
Chris finally decided he had to put the rest of his chips in. Unfortunately, it's with the Jackson 5.
Risk. $370.
He hasn't gone all in. He's left a 25k chip behind.
Full.
Just anticipating that, I suppose. And Tong in the big blind now with a king queen. And while he's sitting there playing with his chips, I think he's probably going to allow Simon to potentially knock Chris out here. He does.
All in call.
He's not going to play. So Chris Burke all in. Jack 5 up against
Which is it?
Simon's
Nice.
ace
Oh,
queen.
with the Jack 5, right?
Your cards unblocking like bad news, bro.
Yeah.
I blocked an ace, so I ace this club.
There it is, man. Lucky we need one.
I've got a queen. I've got a queen.
Top the five.
He's got a queen, ace, and an ace.
100% frequency, top in the five.
It's like, it's
Gonna
like,
need a lot of
it's like
luck
king five
here.
deuce, right?
Chris Burke.
Yeah.
But it's a four.
He's waited and waited and waited very patiently
Okay.
with basically a big blind behind him for quite some time. He's going to want to see a jack or a 5 on the flop. He doesn't get it. It's 8-8-7
Turn.
Here's the king.
and a 6. That gives him some
River.
more possibilities. 9 outs there, you can see. But the 10 was not one of them. So we say farewell now to Chris Burke in 8th. Picked up $1,950. Well done. Again, negotiating such a big field all the way through to final table. It's pretty short stack for a long time, Chris. So did well to get here, especially when all those players got knocked out just after the money bubble. It was pretty rapid once they went. It's like a bowling alley. It just fell one after the other. But we now lose another player. We're down to 7 in this Hachem Deepstack event here at the Oakwood Premier.
Man, I want a 50% discount on myself.
10 big. Yep, so 1 million and 10. No, 1 million and 2.
So 1 million and 10 average.
It's a fake average though, because they've
Should be
got
about 1
they've got like
million.
70% of the chips. 2 people have like
7 million and
I don't know.
Two people have, like-
You guys do the math. You just give me the money.
it's not really an average.
All in 60.
You want to go alpha? Is it weighted or wrap?
I think they
Four.
chopped.
They
them.
chopped.
They both
Four.
had exactly like 10 million or like
Yeah,
10.5 million
yeah,
or something. Yeah.
It's a pretty nice fold. Pretty easy if anyone saw that. One of the big hands.
All in.
Pretty easy heads up match. Wakeman versus Raf.
Fold.
Easy.
Yeah,
I like it.
no sweat.
Oh, this is
210.
sarcasm?
Yeah.
I'm just confirming.
Fold.
Sarcasm confirmed.
Fold.
There's 2 of the best players in the country just battling that heads up.
And they both made it to the final table heads up in like the big event.
What is it?
Yeah, it's in the blind.
Two
That's
what?
Liberian.
210.
210.
How's my sarcasm?
Got it.
Got
No,
it? Yeah,
with it.
call.
Oh,
All in
yeah,
call.
down
Yes.
pat. Killing it. Fours?
for two the floor.
3.5 big. 3.5 big, but you know it's not.
Right, I don't even want to call it, right? Exactly. It's a big 3.5 bigs. It's like my tournament, it's my tournament life. It's like fours. Yeah.
Tell me about these lives, man.
Come on, man. You need two sides about.
Wow. 7 or an 8 years always fair.
Turn.
It's fake. It's so fake.
So,
Wow.
Simon
Why does this even happen? It can't. It's not real, is it, Liam?
goes back to back
Have you ever seen
in
Liam
knocking
do
out
it like that?
his opponents. Rest of the table thanking him as they also jump up the pay chain.
Bantering with you, it's like so
$2,400 there.
Yeah, just a three.
Congrats, gets the congrats from the rest of the table too. For his 7th place finish. As I said, $2,400 and all of a sudden we're down to 6. This is what happens. Playing 9 players for ages and then we lose 3 within 10 minutes. So the short stacks go, and now we really do have a tournament. 6 guys. These guys are all very, very accomplished players, and they've all got chips now. So Liam still can boss the table here. He's got over 2.5 million.
Fold.
But 60k big blinds, and our shortest stack sitting on 540. Still under 10 bigs, but it's enough to play some poker with. You're not going to have to shove light if you were holding 120 or even 200. So Tung on the button here. 9-2 suited. It's been folded around to him. It's just whether he's feeling like getting jiggy at this stage.
Raise.
He is seeing an opportunity to get jiggy
125.
with a really poor hand. It gets round to Simon.
Oh, one good, one bad.
He folds and Medit
Fold.
can't call with a king 5. So Tong,
I just had a chip in a chair.
can he spot?
I had a chip in a chair and a drink.
Button's always a very good place to raise from if it's folded around to you, and gets it done with a pitiful 9-2. We had 3 of the Hachem boys playing in this event. Joe, of course, the World Series of Poker champ, his son Daniel, and we let Tony Hachem off the handcuffs. Hasn't played any events, Tony, our esteemed leader at the Australian Poker Tour. We let him off the handcuffs to play the event that's named for his family. He did reasonably well. He did have to re-buy into it, got knocked out and then re-bought into the event. But the kudos goes to the youngest of the Hashems. Daniel Hachem was the last Hachem standing. It's an extra bonus. If you knocked one of the Hashems out, there was a $500 bounty on their heads.
Raise. 120.
Talking about break. When is it?
Mate, this will be over again.
Fold.
I know, I was going to say, who do you think's going to have chips at 51?
Fold.
There's 7 million play.
Fold.
There'll be 70 big blinds in play. Yeah, I'll do that. That's like 3.
So we get all the way around to the big blind. Christian hoping he's going to get a walk with the ace 8, but Daniel's got pocket 6s here.
No, it's 102 hands. There's 2 tables. Oh, did it?
All in.
He's all in.
Fold.
And despite Madit's head being right in front of the camera, we can see that Christian decides to fold. Is our chip count for the last 6 remaining players in this. We're at the Oakwood Premier here in Melbourne. I'm going to say it all the way through this broadcast. If you're in Melbourne, in Victoria, or even if you're interstate and have a couple of days off over the weekend or before, and prepare to hop on a plane, get down here. This is one of the great setups. This is really unlike anything we've done at the Australian Poker Tour. I've done quite a number of venues, and this is unique. And if you're good enough and lucky enough to get through to this broadcast table and get up here on the 41st floor and play in this James Bond style Casino Royale lounge, I think whatever happens, it's going to be an experience for you, an experience that you're going to remember.
You need it done by 5:30, all right?
Late Reg appeal.
We've got the Melbourne Champs main event coming up. There's 4 flights. The first flight's today. 4 flights to give yourself a chance to get into that. There's also $180 satellites to satellite your way in. You don't have to be playing big money tournaments to get into a big money tournament. You might find yourself up here like these 6 guys playing for 16k up top. Tong with the pocket 9s.
Go to Vegas.
All in.
He goes all in.
Maybe Mooney Pond's Pizza.
Simon can't call. Madit now does have a decision. He's got 390 left behind him. He's got ace 10 on the button. He decides to fold. Daniel, pocket 3s. Shove with the 6s last hand.
Fold. Fold.
Folds this time at Liam in the big blind folds. Tom gets his 9s through. Hello, Brad, on the chat. My name's Harvey Silver. Be with you through to the end of this one here, and then we'll take a bit of a broadcast break, and hopefully we're coming back with a bit of PLO tonight. The big PLO has just started. I find it hard enough to commentate 2 cards. Now they're going to give me 4, but I'll do my best. I'll definitely have some PLO players sitting in with me tonight.
So everyone's in the
Love
million
watching
club
it
but me,
though.
right? Everyone's hit the million club but me.
I hit it.
I'm trying to figure it out. It's hard enough to figure out what's going on in Hold'em, trying to read all the players on the
But
table.
he told you more.
And you've got
Yeah,
to
that triple up. Put you
think
close
about
to
4 cards instead of 2.
No, 980.
980, just short.
So join us for that. We'll probably come back late for that after the dinner break around 8:30, I think. Tong's got the ace 7 suited under the gun. Can't see him folding these, just the way he's been playing. Certainly I don't think anyone's loose here, but he's certainly the loosest of the players here. Liam was pretty much playing every hand there for a while with a big chip lead, but now that those short stacks are out, we've got some really genuine poker now.
Call? Fold. Fold, sorry.
It's just his position
Fold.
under the gun, probably not good enough with the ace 7. Comes around to Daniel on the button with queen 9.
Raise. 125.
Raises it up. 125.
Fold. All fold.
Liam folds. And Christian folds. Place to be, the button. If everyone's folded before you, it's a really good place to be sitting on the poker table.
I'm big then. 40, 80. 40, 80. 200,000 dollars.
So yes, as I was saying, we're going to see this one through. It's a bit unusual for us to be commentating in the middle of a day on a weekday. We do it on the weekend, of course, but
I hadn't finished.
this event carried over from yesterday, and it carried over mainly because we had a 50 plus hand weight on the bubble. You heard it right. More than 50 hands on the bubble. No one wanted to go out before cashing. And it just dragged this out last night. It got through to about 2 in the morning, and we said, let's come back and play this today. We have a rest afterwards. So we're down to 6
Sorry?
I said I was going to let you try first.
Yeah.
out of 117 entries.
Short-sightedness, without the prescription glasses, it's a whole bunch of things.
It's because you're on the other side of me too. Last time the final table, you're on the other side.
Yeah, yeah.
I've got 3 cards. I don't know where this came from. Mr. Sorry.
Should I look?
I don't look.
Oh,
What the
no!
Don't look, it's wrong.
Oh, it's a
Oh,
sweat.
box cards.
It's a sweat. I'm all in. What a bad beat, man.
Good start, Jose. Put a bit of pressure on him, you know. Make sure he delivers.
No, but maybe the...
It's back on the chat. Jitters, thanks for asking. Have I had any sleep since last night? Actually, I left a bit earlier.
Yeah, you used to.
Josh took over the last little bit of the Goliath last night, but we were just talking up here that it doesn't matter how tired you are, you get home and you can't just get to sleep. So it took me a little while to get there and had a late sleep. And thanks for your concern. I hope I'm still sounding okay, that I don't sound sleepy. We had Tony Hachem on last night after he got busted. He was actually asleep in the chair while he was commentating. It was hilarious. Multiple people on the chat saying, "Go home, Tony."
Anyone in the market for a Volkswagen T-Cross?
Is that why you
No, it's fun. And
Me?
Yeah.
we're going to have a couple of late nights coming up.
That's right, just ask, I'll let you know.
Great for you guys who get all your stuff done and then can just sit back and airdrop this or Chromecast it onto your TV and just sit back and watch this, hopefully with the audio on. I know a lot of people watch it without the audio, but hopefully you're hearing my dulcet tones.
Oh my lord. I'm pretty sure this is a snap fold, but there's a way to gamble.
That's an ace 8 offsuit. Peel up without the same one.
Pretty much same range, but
Yeah, well, stayed up till 5, Christian, and
don't need a risk it, but
he's bouncing back, so it's pretty good, going well.
I had a blackjack.
Huh?
Sorry, no, I didn't have a blackjack.
I had 20.
I had a 20, yeah.
I had a 22.
Oh, I might have been fun.
King Jack.
Bit of aggression there from Liam again.
Are we a 60-40?
Can't
Yeah.
put a value on having a chip stack at this point and just being able to boss things a little bit.
Not worth it. Not worth it. He's got like 3 bigs.
100.
Yeah, I want to...
He's got the chip stack, not from his play here on the final table. He's got the chip stack from his play right through the tournament, accumulating. Down last night, not so late. He was actually sitting on the table with Tony Hachem, and Liam already had a considerable number of chips at that stage. So it does help to get to these pointy ends of the tournament and have a good chip stack and be able to represent, as Mudit now pushes in with the Queens for his last 390k from under the gun.
You're actually holding today. It's crazy.
Daniel's folded
Snap fold.
there. Sweet. We'll make our way around the table to see what else we've got.
Fold.
3.5 bigs,
All the way around.
20
And the
traps.
Queens
No, it's fine.
take it down.
3 nights, sorry, I thought it was 290.
And you may feel that sitting on the table there, geez, I didn't get any value out of my pocket queens, but at this stage, if you're taking the big blind and the ante, you're still picking up 200k, really valuable at this point in the event. As you can see, just picking up those lines and the ante, Medit just jumps himself up and leaves Christian now as the short stack. He's on the button. He'll be hoping that he picks up something, especially since Liam is going to bet here. In fact, he bets all in with the Queen 9. Christian, sorry, was at the cutoff. He wasn't on the button. He's going to fold the Queen 4, and Tong has the same suit, King Jack. And this is what Liam does to you. Just having the stack of chips.
No easy decisions over there, eh?
He just can't, Tong. He wants to, but he just can't. Even though he would have been all over, but now we get round to Mudit, and the Ace King is going in all in.
Yeah, I have.
I like your hand.
I like one. I like that yesterday. The suited diamonds, unblocked.
And Liam
I was there.
with the Queen 9.
Yeah, but I'm like, do I?
So obviously it's Medit at risk here. Queen for Liam.
Still
Oh wow! And bang, nut flush.
That's a setup. That's a setup run out.
No sweater.
That's
Wow.
a setup run out.
No sweater.
one
Flop straight away.
It is his one time though. Right.
I'm not going to deny one.
So Medit goes from desperate
That's $1 million ones.
to over $1 million.
Nice. And it worked? Oh, I hope it works for me too.
So there's no more one times, right? For him, that's,
Is it a one time
it's
per,
exhausted. That's it.
is it one time per table or one time per person?
Not going to deny one time.
One time per hand.
What a time! What a time!
Seems unbelievably greedy.
Did he just turn the
He was
scope
ahead
off?
anyway, but
Like,
just to
so
seal
no
it
one
with
else
the
in
nut
table
flush
could have beaten
there.
his hand.
Oh no, we
At all.
could have got a remake.
No, like I'm saying, like yeah, on the river.
Well, he
like,
wasn't
no one
ahead,
could
I
beat
should
that
say.
hand.
It's behind there. Liam hit the Queen on the flop.
Like, the dream, the snap call dream spot, you know what I mean?
The 40%ers and that should always.
That's the game. We said it so many times yesterday. This played out the way you expected it to play out every hand. No one would play it. It's that uncertainty and the risk. G'day to you, Craig, on the chat. We miss you, mate. One of my co-commentators. And obviously a very good player in his own right. No Jinxie with us here for this one, but I'll see if I can do a couple of impersonations for you. It's really interesting up here, Craig. You're watching it on the screen and it's so, just because of the surroundings, it's so sedate by comparison to the final tables that we do down on the main floor that you just feel you can't be going nuts in the way that you do down on the main floor. But that was definitely one of those hands where you'd go nuts on. You just thought, Jinxie, you've done it again. You've gone all in with the Queen 9. You've hit your Queen on the flop and then
I hope you're out back there in the booth.
nut straight.
That's it.
Yeah, Jinxie would have been, oh my goodness gracious me.
No rush, mate. No rush. Ah, legendary.
Feels like I've won. Feels like I won like this, like big $1 million pot. I've won.
Get a lot of questions about the operations in here. It's actually some incredible software we're using that allows us to broadcast this to you.
Like way better looking than X4, and I'm not technically.
Obviously, all the graphics
Good
are
job.
all automatic. The one thing that people seem to be
Probably wiping
really
out.
surprised about
Yeah.
is the camera switching and how we move around the table on the players who have the action. That is software. We actually don't have someone sitting back here switching cameras between cameras. That is the software just automatically moving the cameras around the table as a player folds. as a player bets, it just picks up who's next to act. And so you're always seeing the player on screen who's making a decision. The only thing we're actually doing manually here is the chip stacks and the betting. Because we can't obviously automatically detect the betting. So we've got our dealer with a mic, little headset mic, and he's talking to Matty back here in the operations area and telling Matty what the bets are. And Matty puts those on the screen. So finally Christian decides, I've got to go. I've got to go. He's at risk and he's miles behind here at the moment. They both hit the ace.
7, yes.
And bang. This is poker, isn't it? This is poker. And
here, my boy, have the win.
Didis would be jumping up and down there, and Christian doing virtually the same, still sitting on the seat as he spikes the 7. Massive dog after the flop, and stays way alive in this one.
Button's good there.
Wow. As I said, if this played out the way you'd expect it to play out every time, no one would play this game. You're sitting there about to pack your bag and thank everybody. Ace-7 against Ace-9, and then spike the 7 on the turn. Gotta love poker. And Christian stays alive.
Got 800. 7 behind.
It's 3K for our next player out. All the way up to 16K. Liam fishing again from the small blind with the Queen-9, and Christian this time can't wake up with a hand. Got to let it go.
What was it? Queen-9. Oh my god.
You can see there that Liam's sitting with 30% of the chips. Still bossing the table as he does. Just has an innate sense, Liam, of when he can put the pressure on and when it's time to just back off a little bit. Now Medit, who just stayed alive after an all-in. He's got the pocket 7s.
Do you have hot water available here? Could you, I've got some tea. Yeah. If anybody wants some. I'll bring you a cup of water. Yeah, please. And a spoon as well. Yeah. Or do you want to put it straight in the cup?
Get it.
If you put it and then
I'm sure he's raised there. We'll just catch up on the graphics shortly.
Jasmine green tea, very nice.
Again, I don't mind this sometimes
I
because
didn't have it here. I had to bring
it's really easy for all of us when you can see the cards. You can't now see what Christian's got, and we're all, what's he thinking about? And now we get round
I thought wrong.
to the big blind. He looks like he's interested here, Tom. It's like he's very interested. He's already got 160 in. He's put the big blind in.
The raise is 200, right?
And the ante. So looks very interested.
I don't know, I'm thinking.
Maybe a stick of gum. I think that might be nicotine gum. Might help him make a decision. And his decision is he's going to let Medit take it.
I was thinking just to call.
No.
80s big blind, fold, fold, range.
No, we don't have much
fold,
wiggle room.
fold, fold.
What's that, bro?
We don't have much wiggle room.
We don't.
Just a little
I don't know if he's
breakdown here
doing right now because it's
in
different.
the graphics in the machine. It will catch up eventually.
I showed it on aces.
Here we go. Get to see.
Definitely not 10s in. Just trying to increase. Anybody wants some gum?
I'm good, thank you.
Christian, you play?
Oh, he didn't get to see Tong's cards. He's probably just Hollywooding a bit there. If he had anything, he's probably calling out of the big blind. So we come back with the action on Medit. There's enough for Liam to put chips in.
40-80, pull in. Or another 40.
In fact, all of them. Christian on the button. Miserable 10-3. Tong 9-7. And we get round to the big blind. And Simon hits. And we will see Simon's chips going in. And he will be ahead
So it could be queens.
of Liam here. And a really good chance to double up. Of course he calls. Have to call.
Not folding this bad boy.
So we've
This
got
is the one, man.
Liam's
Take your moment.
King
actually gave you
10
the commentary,
against
right? I'm
Simon's
like,
Ace
next
Queen.
You're like, what?
So that's the best case result for me. But you probably fold king queen, right?
Just the way Liam's been running, Simon will be holding his breath here, even though he's
You know what I mean? Fold what?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
he's got the better diamond to Simon, so in very good shape. Just needs to. That's not one of Liam's outs, and
You know I'm not slow rolling, obviously, yeah, when I'm like, I'm just feeling like...
there's a good little double up for Simon.
You know when you said it's definitely a call, I
Yeah.
actually wasn't sure if you were. It wasn't finalised in like.
Yeah.
Until. You
And then
said,
the dealer's like, cool, and I'm
yeah,
like,
and then until that moment, I'm like, okay, he wasn't messing about.
So
Thank you.
it's a big hit for Liam.
It's all bullshit anyway, right? Just whoever gets the cards right now.
Still got a lot of chips, but clearly he's gone from massive chip leader. And he's very much back in the pack now. You're going to say on the button there.
Goes away quick, man.
Small business is 2 August.
Tong now will also be trying to make something happen as the short stack. He's been pretty active, but then has got quiet, just hasn't really got any cards to do anything with. But he's now sitting on the button here, and Christian decides to go all in. 670, that's not going to be able to play for Tong. Simon, just the 6-3.
Natural 9. A good natural 9.
Round of the
as well.
big. Medit folds as well, so Christian picking up 200k there,
Yeah, you know,
Oh, you're fucked.
which is
You're 3 out.
small and big blind, and the big blind ante. And there we can see that Liam's just come back to the middle of the field after having such a big chip lead. Still 6 at this final table of the Hachem Deepstack here at the Australian Poker Tour Tournament Poker Festival in Melbourne. We're at the Oakwood Premiere in South Melbourne. I live 10 minutes drive down the road. I had never been here. This is a sensational setup. We're up on the 41st floor. I'm going to say, without doubt, the best view in Melbourne. Just because of where we're situated here, looking out over the bay, over the Port Melbourne football ground on one side, and then back to the city, sort of straight up the Yarra River the other way. And I've been up at the Rialto and the freshwater Queensbridge.
Okay, no worries. Thank you very, very much.
And while those buildings might be taller, I'm going to say that this is the best view in Melbourne. If you're around, come in, play some poker, but just spectate, rail some of the guys here on this feature table. We've also got 2 lower floors of poker on the 3rd and 5th floor being played as well. And it's going to be really busy here over the weekend as we get into Monday and the main event, which is the Melbourne Champs. You can play one of the flights, one of the 4 flights. First one's today. You can play $180 satellite and get your way into the Melbourne Champs that way. We had 54 players last night in a late night satellite. The numbers here have just been fantastic. It's blown everybody's mind, really. Just weren't sure what we're going to get in Melbourne. Hasn't been tournament poker outside of Crown. Just, as I say, just not sure what we were going to get. Sort of go back to Sydney and Brisbane, Adelaide pretty regularly, and you've got your, people who are waiting for those and become accustomed to playing. And you started a new city, and as I say, you just don't know what you're going to get. It's been phenomenal. 117 for this. And over 100 for the Goliath. $2,250 buy-in event. $69,000 prize. Won by Raf Tenenbaum last night. Congrats to him. Liam checks his 7-2. Daniel 6-4 suited. We go the flop here. Daniel hits his 4. I think you can bet your life he'll be betting that. Taking his time. Now slides the chips out, and he doesn't have to even count them out. Liam folding instantly. So Daniel takes that out of the small blind. So it's all very, very bunched up now. The chip stacks is the first time we've really seen even chip stacks on the table. Liam was so far ahead of everyone. And Daniel also had a very healthy stack, but everyone's caught up now. Makes us some great poker. On the chat there, Asdog, yes, there's absolutely plans for more in Melbourne. This is, it was obviously a feeler event, a bit of a risk in a lot of ways. Also, where we're having it, because this is unique. I mean, if you played APT before, we've gone to big RSL clubs and, Southport, and, they're fantastic. Eaton Hill, very easy. Big rooms, used to having people there late at night, poker machines, and then done a couple of hotels as well with big ballrooms. This is a very, very different feel here. We've got, a couple of smaller spaces, then a big ballroom downstairs, so players spread out a little bit, and then to have this completely separate VIP unique final table up here, 41 floors up, is, as I say, it's really, really different, but it's absolutely working. And so much of this is because of Dazzler tickets. We've been able to do this tournament because this Dazzler, our ticketing company, has come on board, and you can't just walk in here and plonk your cash down because of our regulations here in Melbourne. So you've actually got to buy a ticket. You can come in and buy the ticket here just go online at the desk and it takes about 15 seconds. It's such a great process, but you come in and buy your tournament ticket and you pay your booking fee to Dazzler, which is outside of Australian Poker Tour, nothing to do with Australian Poker Tour. And that's been our restriction here, is that you can't play tournament poker because you can't take an admin fee. So there's no admin fee here. Every cent that you're paying to play the tournament goes back into the prize pool. And there's a ticket fee through Dazzler. And those guys have done an incredible job getting this up and making it so seamless. So this is the time for Tong with the pocket threes. And of course Daniel is going to play his eights. He's miles ahead here. As we go to the flop, it's Tong at risk. Ace, queen, queen, flop. No help.
Oh, there it is. Just calls it.
Nothing there for Tong.
Good playing with you.
He's been entertaining, to say the least. Has played incredibly well to get himself all the way through to sixth here and take away 3K.
That big blind? Oh, no.
We try.
Really nice chip boost there for Daniel Klinger. Down to 5.
Fair, bro. Yeah.
So Rick's asking, how does the APT make money? I'm tempted to tell you, Rick, that we just put this on for you guys and do it for the players. And actually, it's very much part of why it's being done. I mean, there's definitely a very strong element here of trying to promote poker, promote the game, trying to make it accessible. I'm going to go into the business side of it because I actually don't know the business side well enough, but it's all tied in with venues and hospitality, and I suppose you could ask the same question of how does pub poker make money when you walk into the pub and your entry fee has to go back into your prize money. That's probably a pretty similar sort of question.
A natural 9. I'll let you work out what combo it is.
King 9 of clubs.
Clubs are probably
Simon
are probably call.
with a decision here.
Shovel like fucking 10-9.
Yep, absolutely dazzling, Rick.
10-8 suited shit like that back
As Simon contemplates,
Any king X.
Pocket threes.
maybe feeling
I know.
that Christian may have just shoved in light here from the button. He's picked up the king 9. Hand it. People love playing the king 9. But a number of people have said it's their favourite non-premium starting hand. Seem to make something out of a king 9 often. And even if you don't make anything out of it, you're starting with a king high and you're maybe ahead of suited connectors or something
Nice hand.
of that ilk. But in this case, Simon decides to fold them.
Live for 2 cards. All of them, don't need them anymore. Bro, King 10, King Jack, I'm calling. It's like,
Guys, could you please say your 5 pairs down? They have King Jack on time.
yeah, that's right. I'm looking for you.
There's the,
What time's like written up in yellow? 9,
100 big black. Dead button.
That one's probably feeling really desperate at this stage. Those chip stacks, as I said, outside of Daniel, who
100.
just had that nice win. The chip stack's pretty even. Pretty even.
Yeah, 100 anything? 100 big black. Oh, sorry.
No rabbiting here.
Sorry.
5Ks.
Still get players asking often, but no.
Sure.
Raising up after the tennis. We were asking again. Please raise it.
9 p.m. for the lead.
Simon looks down at the same cards. King 9. This time he's in the small blind, and those cards look far more attractive when no one's raised ahead of you and you're sitting on the small blind. I can guarantee you they were shuffled.
Gotcha. Yeah. I see.
Good enough for a raise.
275.
I still got these as well.
And Mudit with the King Queen. And I think you can see that pained expression,
Miracle, come back.
as this is a decision. He'd be miles ahead if he can find a way to keep playing here. And he can. Calls for another 175. Mudit now with the flush draw. As well as being ahead with the Queen kicker. Simon is a massive dog here now. Another card that does nothing. It's going to be an interesting line taken here from Simon. This is the big decision card. He decides to check. He's probably going to save himself some dough here. So any bet's going to get Simon off this. 175. It's a little bet, but when you've only got 1.2 behind, it's a big chunkier chip stack. Can't see any way for Simon to continue here unless he's putting Mudit on a stone cold bluff. We can see though that he's got him out kicked and still has the flush draw. He's going to give it up.
He's going to raise it.
So again, good fold.
I'm going to get through. I know I'm going to get through.
Lost the minimum.
One more.
I think Mudit might have shown him
Nice hand.
King of Spades there.
Just wondering if there is another spade there.
What was the other card?
350.
Clean.
Can I get everyone to put their 5Ks out?
Time to run good.
Are we
3
okay?
on 1. I can get
1
this.
from seat 1 and 3 from seat 7.
Or hold.
She's got to get 1 through.
Hold.
1 through.
Oh, we're on here.
1 through.
Fucking got him. He's got a pair of 7s, I'll still win.
Just a quick race off for
25K.
those small denomination chips.
I think he goes.
Yeah, we'll get going again.
Isn't it natural 61 point? What is it? I'll show you. I'm telling you it's 75, 150.
125 maybe. Big one.
25,
It's
125.
got to be one. It's got to be
If
125.
it's 150, you'll be right.
That's a massive increase. It'll be over quick.
Probably is the whoever made the structures like, yeah, we'll throw in 150, but it should be 125.
Yeah, it is 75, 150.
Oh my god.
Then 100, 150. 100, 200.
Hang on, there's 2 150 levels, 2 150 big blind
75,
levels.
150.
Yeah.
100, 150.
That has to be a time. That actually has to be a time.
So the blinds actually stay the same.
Can you double check
The
that?
big-
It's actually
That's
done.
not a time.
Hang on,
No,
the-
that has to be wrong.
Liam, the big one stays the
big
same for
one's
an
going
hour.
up by 50%.
No, yep, and then it stays like that for an hour.
Yeah.
That can't be right.
Can you call someone about that? There's no, it must be
Bit of a
75,
chat
25, and then
over
75.
the blind levels here.
How can it be any other way?
So they're just having a
Liam.
repeat level pretty much, except just a bigger, small one.
Not really sure about it. Not going to get involved in that chat.
Just for APT.
What I am going to get involved
Well,
is
at least you get an hour of 150
Liam
big blind.
ace 9 under the gun, and
Yeah, I know.
he's got to fold that.
Where are the big blinds? Simon, where are these big blinds you're talking about?
What are these big blinds?
They don't exist.
That can't be right. It has to be 75, 125, surely. I mean, I've got dinner at 6 on that. They're giving me every chance to get it done by 5:30, aren't they? You know what's convenient? At 5:30, that's when the blinds will change from the hour-long level. So it's like,
Mudit in the small blind decides on a raise. And Daniel,
that's right.
pitiful 6-4.
If we all agree.
It's another 100k for him to call. Again, remembering that the blinds are 50, 100 with a 100 ante.
There's a break after this one.
So out of the big blind, he's already put 200 in and decides just to speculate with that pretty lousy hand. And hits his 4 and goes from
How much is that, Simon? 1.2?
big dog to heavy favourite in this hand. Can't possibly see it. Oh, Daniel gives Medit a free card here. It's like 150. And Medit has got air and has to fold. And again, just that little bit of speculating from Daniel out of the big blind, and you sort of have to play there. Min raise. Almost playing any 2 cards out of the big blind there, and just need to get lucky, and he did, hitting middle pair and takes it down. Probably the most noticeable thing in the last little bit has been the change of gears from Liam. Lost that decent sized pot.
Yeah, sure.
And he's been very quiet. after playing nearly every hand when he was bossing the table with a big chip stack. But he's come back to the field here, and it's now Daniel Klinger who has a decent chip lead. We've seen how quickly that can change, of course, but his skills are obvious for anyone who's watching this stream. Just picked his spots beautifully. Hasn't had the most amazing cards, but just picked his spots and put the pressure on at the right time. Read the table really well. A big part of this is the massive pay jumps here, and I know we sit here and think, you know, why didn't you 3-bet, and you know, why didn't you raise there? It's so different when you're sitting on the table with big pay jumps in front of you. It takes a lot of courage to raise light, to call. There you go with Daniel. So Daniel has just picked his spot there with the Queen Jack, which often you'd play, and then Liam picks up pockets straight behind him. It's just such a great feel from Daniel with Medit. Having raised, it's just, I don't need to get involved here. And of course he lets Liam get involved, and we're going to have an all-in. It's just played itself out. It's a classic coin flip. Medit maybe needing some help. Well, he definitely needs some help here. He's got a straight draw to add to his King 10. He's got the outs up the top there. There's 8 of them, and he hits it. Wow. And just like that, we lose Liam. Wow. Rivered. And he is out of here. He is not happy, and fair enough. Massive chip leader for so much of it. He's got it in with the pocket pairs. Had to go. There's no question he had to go.
I mean, the shortest stack of the day, didn't
and
you? 50 Ks.
95 did. Rivers him. Hits the 10. And Liam Jehu says his farewells in 5th spot. Sorry, a little bit stunned how quickly that happened, and how unexpectedly too. GG's on the chat. GG's all round, Liam. King 10 suited, I suppose. If you're going to win the tournament, he's got to call it. Had to call it. And Liam, it's Liam too. Liam's pushing there.
You got it, man. What do we have over here?
With anything, we love the King 10. And here we go again.
You can learn from him, right? Just keep it going.
Just keep these walks out.
Mudit goes from, I'm 1 card from out of here to chip leader. And that's poker.
Oh. Depends. They can get big hands.
We're pretty close, right? We got 1.1.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a replayed hand, that one for sure. We're getting down to that really pointy end of the tournament with 16k up top. Brave call from
Yes, you did have a big hand. I didn't say you were stealing.
I think everyone agrees, probably the right call. He'd raised his King 10 suited, re-raised out of the big blind. It is Liam. Sometimes, you know, the fact that it is Liam costs players lots because they think that he's playing way too many hands. But that time he had it, he had the pocket pair, and Medit spiked the 10 on the river. And we go back to the table with 4 left.
I thought I'd get him.
What is this, my first day?
Thought I'd get him.
Fucking hell. 2-side, 4-side combo.
It's not good. Wow, look at the first
Christian
card.
now sitting on the short stack. I mean, it's 8 big blinds v12.
Oh my god. Seriously?
You guys are too good. Yeah, we got it.
You got it. You got it.
Ace King of Diamonds. Best hand I've had all week and didn't even get to see a flop. Actually, I had aces yesterday.
1-1.
Let's get some doubles from these two. We'll make things interesting. We've all got the
Yeah,
same
then we
I
stats.
can-
think it might be
balance it out.
her partner, husband, yes. Judging by what we've been seeing on the chat yesterday and today. So, pulling hard for you too, Didis. He's got a bit to negotiate here. I'm probably on Daniel as well, to be honest with you guys. I've just... his play's been pretty phenomenal. I've watched Daniel play a lot over the APT over the last 3 or 4 years, and very, very impressive. Doesn't get flustered. I've never, probably ever seen him play what I'd call loose. And just seems to make really good decisions. Like that last one there, picking up the Queen Jack out of the small blind. He had Liam behind him. A lot of people would play that there, and he just decided no. So he gets to the flop now with Medit, with his suited connectors, 7-6. No diamonds. Does have the gut shot, Medit, but it's pretty thin for him there. Daniel's going to be sitting there thinking that's a pretty good flop for Queen Jack. Just has this knack of knowing when to not let his opponent see another card and not be betting into a disaster. Can't see how it can continue here. He does though. Jeez. Banking on pairing up, which he doesn't. Or hitting that 5, of course, which would have rocketed him ahead. I think he's going to check. This time, Daniel checks. And also gets the check mark. Queen high is good enough. Medit's got a bet to try and win this. He bets reasonably large here, I think. Is it 400? So the aggressor gets it, and that was one time. Probably got a bit lucky that Daniel didn't hit him. The 2 probably wouldn't have changed anything, but perhaps he thought Medit was already ahead. He clearly did think he was already ahead, so only way Medit wins there is to bet on the river, and he bet big enough. Bet way big enough. That was a really good 400k bet to take that pot. Now Christian, under the gun with Ace King, will be undoubtedly shipping his 800 in, I would have thought.
All right, boys. This is our moment.
You're going to fold.
He does.
Come on, Simon.
4 for Simon.
Is that a good start? Come on, man. Fold. Fold.
6 for Daniel.
Oh, we've made it back to a million.
Folds the Jack 9.
That's a 9.
Button's good.
Alright, let's go straight back under a million.
So Christian picking up some chips, which he desperately needs.
Possibly. Pre-flop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We see the swings and roundabouts here.
I had a king as well.
Mr. Medit taking that pot off Daniel. He swings into the chip lead. Daniel back down to 1.7. Simon now with the king queen under the gun. He's got to be thinking, not going to get much better cards than this. Four-handed. Wouldn't be surprised if a lot of it goes in. In fact, nearly the lot. He's kept a few behind him.
Easy for the computer guy, you know.
$1 million.
Million.
Oh,
Commentary, come on, Christian.
Now you can do commentary.
I'm going to see some
Spend the
action.
cards,
Christian's
please,
got the ace jack.
Pain.
It's going to cost him all of it. He's looked at one of them. I think he looked at the ace first. And I think he's going to say, let's go. Let's go, Simon.
If it's an ace, it's ace king, ace queen, ace jack. Careful, watch the card.
No pip.
So it's ace jack.
Say something.
Let's go. I thought he looked at the first one already. He's just making sure it's a jack now, and he's going to play. So
I'm live.
Christian is all in here.
Ace king or ace queen.
All in call.
Simon coming from behind.
Can we run pure one time?
He's going to be pretty much crippled
I'm like, come on, man.
if he loses this. So we're basically either losing a player or pretty much losing a player here.
To appeal.
Running pretty good, man. I haven't lost an all in. Just
Didis, it's your two guys are up against each other here. Nothing on the flop for Simon.
Oh, come on.
Oh, wow. And the turn king gives Simon the win. And we say, fairly well, Christian Parcell.
That was a good TV hand.
And again, we see a player come from behind
Yeah, we got 7 minutes.
and take it on the turn or on the river. Well played, Christian. Second time we've seen him up here on this feature
All right,
table.
brother. We'll work it out. All good. I'll look after you, all right? If we're in a hand, I'll take care of you, okay?
And we go to three-handed.
Remember the time you were logging
let them
yesterday
look.
on Bubble? Good
Yeah.
matches. Big journey now.
That's right. You remember ace 4? We chopped ace 4 clubs. I chopped the hand.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Big blind
just
only.
big blind only. 100, right?
Interestingly, the three guys all sitting next to each other, which
Nice small blind, guys.
is good for us because we don't have to switch the cameras around now. We're going to see not just all the action, but we're going to see the facials. And
I didn't win any money there.
Simon shows an ace
So your money back. You lose.
as it was folded around to him.
Good luck, man. It's,
Christian grabs his drink, which he had left there.
Still 1-1.
Still 1-1.
We have 3 left in the Hachem Deepstack. This was a 500 entry event. Finished up with a $58,000 prize pool, 16,000 on top. Our fourth place took out 5,250, and now we're playing for 7,400 for third. Now going on a break shortly, so I think they're probably waiting for heads up for a break, but I think we might take it either way, even if we don't lose anyone in the next few minutes. 15-minute break.
no more. Sorry.
Chance for me to grab a Diet Coke too. Didis. Actually, I don't drink Diet Coke. Full strength for me. How the hell can you drink Coke and not have sugar in it? Doesn't make any sense to me. Couple of diamonds there for Madid. And the open-ended straight for Simon. So It's a nice action flop. They both check it and bang. It hits the flush. Simon hits his 9. This is going to be really, really interesting here. Simon bets out. That's just 200k. Ledit is doing the polka in his pants here, just trying to stay calm. Just a call, I think, Medit. Just a call. No. He's going to try and max this if he can. Raises it to 500. I don't think Simon's going to bite here. He has hit second pair. Still got the open-ended straight as well, but he's going to be wary of the flush. He's going to be wary of the king. This is big. He's got a lot of chips too. Does he really want to get in to a shootout here with Medit? They've both got over 2 mil. Tough. This is tough. Taking his time. So much difference when it's the chips in front of you. Interesting to hear you guys on the chat what you do in this situation. So he's got middle pair. He's got an open ender. He's got to call another 500. For 25% of his chip stack. Just to see another card. I reckon he's going to fold. I'm not with you, Az Dog. I reckon he's going to fold, but let's see. It's not a river. It's not a river. He's got to see another card still. Yeah, he's going to fold. There you go. I got one right.
Like pair and a straight draw. Not big enough. Yeah, no, all good. I understand that, yeah, for sure. Because I want to get the blinds in, for sure. That was actually, like...
That's such a great fold.
Not big enough? Nice hand there.
I think you're right. Cos, the logic said you've got to call the logic, but sometimes just sitting on the table, as I say, 25% of your stack, just to see another card, hoping you're going to hit a straight. Imagine if you hit a straight there, he's out of the tournament. So,
I had a diamond as well in my hand.
Good fold in the end. Medit there decides to call. And we go to the flop and see Sweet FA. And just a little bit from Medit will take that down. And this might be a break. We've been playing for ages here without a break. I know that we're trying to get down to heads up because we will have to have a bit of a reset at heads up. But we are going to take it now. So 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes of getting yourself together. I'm going to go down and get myself a full-strength Coke, and we'll be back in 15 with the last 3 here at the Hachem Deepstack.
Ladies and gentlemen, from today starts the Australian Poker Tour's Melbourne Champs main event flights. This event is a $200 ticketing fee plus a $1,450 tournament entry fee and features a whopping $250,000 guarantee. This event features 30-minute levels, a 40,000 starting stack and unlimited re-entries. Flight 1 kicks off today, Thursday the 5th of June at 4 p.m. Flight 2 is tomorrow, Friday at 4 p.m. Flight 3 Saturday at 2 p.m. and Flight 4 is on Sunday, also at 2 p.m. Early indicators are pointing this to be an absolutely massive one, so check our schedule online, get yourself down to the Oakwood premiere and see if you can get your name in the APT history books.
So welcome back. We are three-handed here at the Hachem Deepstack. Had a little 15-minute break. Hope you had a chance to prepare dinner or do whatever you're doing. Watching it at work, just leaving, in the car. No, don't watch it in the car. That's not a good idea. We're at the Oakwood premiere in Melbourne. And these guys are playing for $16,000 up top. Negotiated a field, 117 buy-ins all the way through to making the last three. Medit has raised on the button. Pocket fours. Simon with the suited ace in the big blind. It's 150 more to call. Seems to be having to make decisions a lot recently, Simon. This time his decision is all in. And we're back onto Medit with the small pockets.
1 million.
Rye smile. He's probably thinking to himself, I'm going to coin flip here at best with his pockets. He's up against a bigger pocket pair. He's in huge trouble. And if, as we can see, he's up against two overs, he's basically in a coin flip. He does have the big stack. So many people out there are probably thinking this is just an automatic call. I think it's a long way from that. He does make the call though. First hand after the break.
2% advantage.
We have Simon all in. And bang, he hits a six on the flop. This is poker. There's only two outs now for Medit. One of the fours. And he doesn't hit. And Simon takes half of Medit's stack and stacks himself up to over 55% of chips.
Yep, 1.825.
Good shot. Small bit, please. 1 hour. 1 hour.
It's a great level, 75, 150, huh?
I need another one. Second. 150.
I had to throw that one in, Becky. Come on, mate.
And 150 to go.
Yeah.
Simon gets a hug instead of a handshake, which he would have got
Call. We'll check.
as he was walking out the door. Just a call for him from the big blind here. Medit checks his option. Just can't see anyone getting too frisky at this point in the event. Simon decides, though, that a bet here will probably win it for him because the two is not changing much, and he reads that perfectly. So that little bet gets him the pot. And all of a sudden, Simon can start bossing the table a little bit. Well, it's not a table anymore. There's only two others, but he can boss the other two players a little with his chip stack. Big pay jumps now for the top three. jump from 7 to 10 to 16. And while no one's at this point really playing for second, it's a chance for Simon to push. And in fact, he gets Medit off the ace-8. But he might not get Daniel off the ace-3. He does. He does. There you go. There they are again, the payouts. And as I was saying, I don't think anyone's, playing to get to second at this point for the pay jump. All these three guys will be looking at winning this, and there's a lot comes with winning this, including the beautiful Australian Poker Tour Glass Trophy as the winner. Medit's Ace Jack.
The bet is 350.
Is raised to 350. Simon now looks down at that suited ace. Much bigger chip stack. Chance to knock Medit out. Little does he know he's actually well behind. But I'm gonna see. He's checking the chip stacks, about $1 million. I think he's going to put him in here. I think Simon's looking to win this event, and this is probably a chance to knock Medit out. Get to heads up. And I, again, have called it correctly. I'm actually surprising myself here, because I very rarely do this. I normally have a bit more of a poker expert next to me who does the actual predictions on what they're going to do, but I'm getting these right. And we now go to the flop. It's 5-4-3. There's a king. And another 4. Medit survives. Simon takes a hit.
1, 350. That's 1. 8, 1, 350.
350.
Yep.
Yep. Try and
Thanks,
do that.
Didis. I am 2 for 2. It's one of the rare times that the player who's ahead pre-flop's actually held on. Certainly, Liam will be talking about that river 10 to knock him out. Had a few of those on the turn in the river. Turned hands on their head. Daniel starts with the worst hand in poker, the 7-2, which I've actually seen win so often. Simon again picks up what is a monster three-handed, King Jack. So I could raise to 425, and Medit also has a king here. And as I said earlier, that king 9, he does muck it. It's one of those hands that people seem to play. It's not a bad hand three-handed either, but not when you've been raised.
Oh, I am, but yeah. I was small.
Fold.
Coffee? Just cappuccino, yeah, or latte, thanks.
You went this.
Oh, no.
Did a call. Call.
Middle pair there for Madid.
$150.
Able to get a little bit more out of Daniel and takes that pot. Adds another 300k. Daniel getting incredibly short now. He was, as I say, my pick to win this. And it's not over. 5 big blinds, but he's going to have to get lucky or make some good moves here. 5 big blinds is not really a heap to be playing with at this point.
Thank you.
He's really going to hope he sees something. 10-6. Wow. Can't play it. Simon gets a walk with the ace-4. And I have no idea what's happened in there. Obviously, we are commentating this as you're seeing it on a 25-minute delay.
Not there anymore.
But I'm going to predict that on the button here, Daniel is probably going to play anything that's even half decent. Jack 9, I think, is half decent. 3-handed. He might just want to ride his luck here. There it is. Leaves himself 4 chips behind. Simon gets out. And he takes the blinds, which is very handy at this stage.
Sorry, mate, you want all bets cut?
Still only 7 big blinds though.
Yep. Yeah, no. So cut all bets, yeah? Alright.
So with Simon now out in front, but not by much. Medit's really caught up to him. He's not going to be giving his chips away easily now, Simon. He wants to get to heads up, but he also wants to get to heads up with a chip stack, the good chip stack. If anything, Medit feels like the one to me who might be prepared to take a few more chances. Daniel, while the short stack, it's not a bad position for him to be in because the other two are going to be a bit more cautious and he might be able to just get away with a little more. Not here though. Not here though. Medit with the ace king. Daniel, the ace two, ace high, three-handed. You're ahead of so many hands here. But you're not ahead of an ace king. He's going to put it all in. It was the only move and call straight away from Medit with the suited ace king. So now Daniel Klinger's at heavy risk here. Big dog. Big dog. Might be hoping for some low cards to make the wheel straight, perhaps. It's only one of them. 3. That's not a good card for him. There's only one card in the... Oh, go away. Go away.
Deuce of hearts.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, he's got...
That is unbelievable. There was one card in the deck. There was one card in the deck to save him. That was unbelievable.
You can't make this shit up.
This is where I need Jinxie sitting next to me.
Two cards in the whole deck. In the whole deck, he's got 5. Yeah.
He just spiked the only 2 in the deck. Wow. Daniel Klinger. You're going to win the event now.
Hey, man, you just cost me 3.5 lakhs.
You're going to win the event now. Wow, wee.
There's 2 clubs on the flop.
There was one card in the deck. The 2 hearts.
Wow.
My Lord. Well, there you go. That'll be replayed. That'll be replayed everywhere. 3-handed, playing for 16k. And he spiked the deuce. The deuce on the river. Wow, me. He's going to bounce now. Daniel. Bounce in his step. Medit shoves all in with the ace-8. Simon folds, and everyone catches their breath here as they all now have more than 10 big blinds, and it's game on.
Yeah, so they can see the chips from the other side.
Big line. 150 back for it.
It's coming.
It's coming. It's just got stuck in the keys.
Thank you.
Still a bit stunned here. So Daniel on the button again with the ace-6. Again, great starting hand. 3-handed. He's ahead of plenty of hands, but maybe he's got gun shy after shoving with the ace-2 earlier. He's going to not put them all in this time. It's 300. Simon, pretty lousy 10-7. And Medit with the ace-6. It's not calling off 10% of his stack with that hand, I wouldn't have thought. But maybe I get it wrong sometimes, and this is one of those times. So there you go. He's going to speculate. Ace-6. You wouldn't want to hit a 6. That's going to be trouble. And no one has clubs. But Medit does have the open ender, so he's definitely got a number of outs. There they are up the top, 8 outs. As I look up at the screen, and Daniel ahead, backdoor flush. Decides to bet. It's 200k. Medit's going to think about all those outs and probably mainly think about, geez, if I can get lucky and hit the straight here, I'm potentially knocking this guy out. So he comes along. See if he does get lucky on the turn. Guess what? Guess what? He's hit his straight and Daniel's hit his flush. I mean, this is outrageous. This is outrageous. That card, can you believe it's that card? So, obviously Midget's going to be incredibly wary that Daniel is holding a club. Daniel decides to check. So, puts the pressure back on Mudit to maybe speculate, put a little bet out there and see if Daniel does have a club. Can't necessarily see him checking because he's not going to know where he's at if he checks and Daniel bets. So I think he might speculate. There you go. Geez, I'm starting to learn this game. Just puts 250 out. Maybe he's representing the flush. Maybe trying to tell Daniel that you'll have to call if you want to see if I've got it or not. But little does he know that Daniel actually has the nut flush. Just love how Daniel takes his time because he's got really two options here. You know, one is obviously to shove it, which is probably what he's going to do, but maybe if he doesn't shove the lot, it maybe feels like he's not sure if he's got it or not, and he might tempt Mudit to re-raise or call him, and that's what he's done. He's bet 700, which would still leave Mudit with about half his stack, but Mudit's too clever. It's a pretty quick fold. I think Daniel played that as well as he could have. I don't think the shove would have got called. He's probably hoping that Mudit did have a club in his hand, and a reasonably high club at that. This whole event has just turned on a 2 on the river. A card that you would never think would change anything ever. Daniel Klinger has gone from one card away from being out, and I really mean one card, because there was only one card in the deck that was going to save him, which was that 2 of hearts. He's gone from being out to now being really dangerous. Mudit's gone quickly from chip leader to short stack. With blinds at 150, with a 150 ante, the price of poker has gone up. And if you're holding 1 million chips, you've basically got 3 big blinds. Dan Klinger, small blind, king 9. Simon also has a 9. 9-3 suited. Just a call from Daniel, so Simon might push here. No, decides to just check his option. Bottom end of it there. for Simon. Backdoor flush opportunities for Daniel. Now that's you'd think that we're playing seriously online poker with some of these hands. That's another 3 for Simon. I'll tell you what, if they get to the river and a 9 comes out, option on Daniel. He checks. Interesting play here again for Simon. Be tempted to bet. 225. Daniel looking at that board and going, well, he didn't raise off the big blind, which he surely would have done with an ace. I've got a king high. What's he got? Well, made it interesting enough to see a river. This time the 2 of hearts is not the card that Daniel wanted to see. But it's a card that probably saves him a fair bit of money. If a 9 or a king had come out there, I think we would have seen him going hard, so that's probably just going to save him. Now, Simon, try and put a bet in here that would get Daniel to call. It's 300. It's just, I suppose, the fact that Daniel called the turn and probably figures that the 2 hasn't really changed anything for Simon. So, is my king high good enough here? Might have to get our producer Maddie up here to get a track with some thinking music for us to play to entertain you guys during this time. In the end, he does fold. I do find that an interesting part of poker. And we know the cards aren't changing. He's not getting a read on his opponent. It's taking a lot of time to make that decision.
How much is it? 150 twice.
One, two.
What's it called? 75.
Going to finally get a little bit of company up here. It's royalty too.
Next hand. Up. Hands up next hand.
So it's the Hachem Deepstack, last 3.
You go for it.
Who would you like me to bring into the commentary booth, everyone? Get on the chat.
75 for me.
Hachem Deepstack. Who do you want me to have sitting next to me. Come on, there's your clue. And it's not Tony. Too late, too slow. Welcome, Joe Hachem.
G'day, Harves. How are you?
Good, mate. How are you?
Good. What do we got here?
We are down to 3 in the Hachem Deepstack, your event, which I do understand you busted first out of all the Hachems.
Oh, obviously.
It's been slow, but geez, the poker's been good. And there's one hand that you'll get replayed. Ace King against Ace 2. There's 1-2 left in the deck. And Klinger spikes it on the river. And he's out. He's out the door. And that was 4 or 5 hands ago. I still haven't been able to talk properly since then. But
the whole reason why you have to wait is because there's multiple.
How are you doing tonight?
Really good. I've only fired 2 bullets in the 2.5K.
Oh, God.
So I'm way ahead of the curve at the moment.
Oh, no. So
I thought I'd come up here and...
thanks. Clear your head.
Clear my head with you.
Help me out too, which is good. I've been on my own. We thought this was going to go for an hour. We lost 5 players from 14 to 9 in about 6 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, they were all so short stacked. And then got on the final table and we played with the full 9 for quite a while. And now we're down to 3. I would have thought, as I say, this is going to be finished probably an hour ago. But it's been fascinating. It hasn't been fast play, but it's been fascinating and so many good decisions. Just, you know, players being put to the sword and you just think, oh, how can you fold here? How can they do, you know, make a good decision? And
well, mate, they're playing for a very prestigious title.
Yes. Well, it's got a Hachem name on it.
Right. I mean, let's be real, right?
Yes. And I have said that, you know, we got to the last 4 really, and you know, no one was sort of playing for prize money jumps at that stage. Everyone's trying to win this now, and Medit, who's had his fair share of bad luck recently, just things haven't fallen his way.
Oh,
and
my
here's
God.
another situation where exactly the same things happen.
Oh, this is poker, right?
His
Isn't it?
jacks have come up against Daniel's aces.
All Daniel's thinking about is how can I get Sumo's money in there as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Simon's already folded, right? No, he's
he's still there.
Oh, we don't know what he's got. Okay.
Yeah. So it's going to be a call to try and get Simon in. He's not staying in with an 8-7. So we see it all the time. We see aces get cracked all the time. Let's see if they can hold up here.
That's just so pathetic. Like that. Jacks, the 3-handed jacks.
Jacks, you look down at jacks and you fireworks are going off. It's not over. We go to the flop.
That's a good flop for aces. There aren't many bad flops for aces, to be honest.
Just the 2 jacks now. Oh, God.
Oh, my good Lord.
Can you believe this?
Oh, my good Lord.
Joe?
Oh, my good Lord. Oh, my good Lord. I've seen everything and, like, it just still gets you. Like, this is just...
Look how Daniel's just sitting there passively thinking, oh, yeah.
Oh, my good Lord.
That is... So that's 2 in 6 hands. At least he had 2 jacks. Daniel had 1-2 before.
Wow. That is just brutal.
Wow-wee.
I tell you what, out of the 3, the person most upset is Simon.
Of course. He just wants to get out.
Let's go.
Get out. Oh, wow. That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible. The odds of that. Get down the river. There's 2 cards in the deck that can save you and you hit one of them. Wow-wee. So Daniel, who would look exactly the same if he won with aces, he's sitting there. Yeah, he's very impassive. He doesn't give much away. He's played great. He's still got a lot of chips. And he may not have a lot of chips after this, though, as Medit now, after being miles behind, will see himself miles ahead. I don't have to. Will Daniel call this? Ace 8. It's going to leave him with very little behind.
I don't know the history, but Ace 8 is not really a hand he wants to be calling with here. I mean, it's 10 big blinds, but Daniel himself's only got 11 big blinds, so. Well, he's got less after this now. He's put 2 big blinds in there already, hasn't he?
Mm.
Yeah, Medit doesn't look like the kind of player who would have gone all in there with less than Ace 8. Ace 8 3-handed normally is a really big hand, but.
Yeah, it shrinks, doesn't it? Yeah. After someone raises you all in, it really does shrink. And again, just have to say, Daniel has made another good decision. He's made good decisions all the way through this final table. He's folded
sounds
at
like
times.
They've been playing it like it's a real main event type thing, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, certainly in the chat, there's been a bit of why is it so slow? It's certainly been quite considered. And
I understand no deals have been done, right? They're just playing it out, yeah?
From this point, yes. Sometimes things change heads up, but at this point, I understand they're going all out. Now, Simon likes these hands. He's sort of suited connectors and he doesn't mind getting involved here.
It's got to be a raise all day. But here's the thing, right? Like, he puts 2 big blinds in there and someone goes all in, he's hard pressed calling with Queen 9. But he must raise if he folds this.
He's raising plenty.
Yeah, he can go all in.
No, he likes to leave himself a little bit behind. He is all in, you're right. 3.3.
Yeah, just putting maximum pressure. That way no one can play back at him. If they do, they've got a better hand.
Well, Ace I again, 3-handed. So no from me, says Daniel. Simon again, now with that decent chip lead, he can just start. You can't really boss when the blinds are so high, but he certainly can have some domination over the other 2 players.
Oh. So Simon's got 24 big blinds, from what I can tell. And the other 2 have got 10 and less.
Yeah, he's basically holding half the chips on the table, basically.
Yeah. And that's what would have caused his decision just to go all in.
Yeah.
And force them to go, okay, you've got to call all in.
And yes, they are playing for the title, Joe, but it is a big pay jump between 3rd and 2nd. You don't want to just give it away.
Of course not. Not when you've worked this hard to get here as well.
So, again, 3-handed. This is a premium hand, 3-handed, King Jack. So, I think Daniel's probably in the same position now. He's got to probably say either I'm in with all of it, and he is in with all of it. No, he's kept 1 chip behind. We don't quite understand that, but...
Well, there is a reason behind it. You don't know the reason behind it?
What is that? If one of the others get knocked out?
No, he keeps the chip behind.
Yeah.
If the other player doesn't realise he's not all in and he says call...
Yes.
And he loses the hand, he's still got 1 chip. But still... I
gotcha.
He's still... which you can still play for. You can still come back from there. The old saying, chip in a chair.
Yeah.
That's why they do it.
I definitely thought it was more a superstition thing than anything.
No. It's none of these moves today are without pure fundamentals behind them.
This was a good event, Joe.
Yeah, it was fun for me too. I fired. I actually only fired 1 bullet in this, but I was the first out. That's for sure.
Wouldn't have thought there'd be 117 entries coming in. The numbers have been fantastic, haven't they?
Even today, the PLO, we've already smashed through the guarantee. Yeah. I'm not sure. We were at 23 ages ago, so could be even 30 now. 31 with me when I go back down.
And just wait to see what happens here. Taking his money back.
Folded.
I think everyone's folded. The plan is that we're going to get to the end of this. We'll have a bit of a break. And we're going to put a bit of PLO on the broadcast tonight. That's the plan. So,
Oh, I might survive. If not me, Daniel will survive to be there.
I've told everyone who's listening, I find it hard enough to work out 2 cards. You put 4 in front of me, I'm seriously going to need someone sitting and helping me out. I love watching PLO. I love the extra opportunities that it gives you, and the way the different hands play out. All of a sudden, what you thought was a strong hand, PLO is actually garbage very quickly. But we'll try and get it on. We haven't done much PLO broadcasting. The software to do it is quite recent, so we're looking forward to that.
So, interesting way to describe PLO versus Hold'em. Hold'em's like a fencing fight, and PLO is just a brawl.
It's like UFC.
It's UFC. Correct.
Yeah.
And the chips just get in the pot so fast in PLO.
I've certainly seen some PLO games where they should have put a cage around the table. So.
For sure, for sure.
So we're still rocking along here with 3 left. Harvey Silver and Joe Hachem in commentary. Hand 67 on this final table. It's gone for a while. We've had so many players on the verge of elimination. 1 card away and hitting rivers to survive. It's made this incredibly tense. There's no chat on the table at all. When we started 9-handed, you couldn't shut them up. But you get down to this stage and everyone's just in their own bubble, trying to get as far as they can.
Well, this is the pointy end of the tournament, so they've been working for 2 days to get to here. No one's really in a social mood at the moment. Everyone wants to win. It's normal.
So the backdoor flush there for Simon, who also smiles ahead with a king high.
Simon, what are you doing? Right?
Well, it gives Daniel a 5 is what he does.
That's what he does. What are you doing, Simon?
That's unbelievable,
dude. You got the nut. You got king high, which is probably the best hand, and a nut flush draw.
Yeah.
How are you going to win this tournament?
Bit of frustration on your part there. You obviously know Simon very well, and
what are you doing?
But he did. He opened the door there. It was almost shut. He just had to put the key in it and lock it. Now he's betting.
Now he's going to get called
into it. You never know, Joe. This might work out well.
Yeah,
Daniel might call, and then he might hit the flush. So,
or Daniel just might fold.
Well, it works out better for him if Daniel calls and he sees another card. But you're right, he does fold. He got there anyway. You talk about the pointy end of the tournament and how things change. I've seen it firsthand with the man sitting next to me. I've walked in, seen Joe in his beautiful shirt and groomed hair and all that, chatting with everyone, and then I walked back in the next day and there's Joe sitting in his hoodie with his hood right down over his eyes, and you're not interested in being...
No, there's certain times in the tournament where you go, I don't want to talk to anybody. I just want to play. I just want to win this thing now.
Just in case people weren't on yesterday, Joe, we spoke about your latest venture, the Birdies and... what's it called?
Birdies and Bluffs.
Birdies and Bluffs.
Yeah.
Mixing golf and poker. And the plans ahead for that after a very successful first launch. And I think anyone out there who plays both those pursuits, I play one of them. Actually, I play both of them badly, but I give them both a go.
Another good hand.
Simon's shove gets through. It's a fun way of spending a day going out in the golf course and being matched up with someone and playing 18 holes.
It's a great way to meet new people as well, because you get randomly paired with someone, and you've got to play golf with them all day, and then you play a tag team's poker event. So it's based around like networking and raising some money for charity as well. So it ticks off all the 3 boxes that we love, Harvey: golf, poker, and giving back. So.
And the golf's very important because your Stableford points between the two of you then equate to your chip stack when you sit down at the poker table. So play some shit golf, you're going to start with a pretty short stack. So
and then you're fighting at the poker table from the start, yeah. No, we were blessed. Our inaugural event went off really well, and as I told you the other day, we've locked in a couple of more events, one in October in Sydney, and next March we're back in Melbourne, and with a bit of luck, we'll be in LA in June next year. So,
love it. What course are you at in Sydney?
At Concord. It's a lovely little course, 20 minutes out of the city.
Yeah, you have the planes flying over the top there. Both got hearts here. Daniel's decision now is, am I re-raising?
He shouldn't be ever re-raising here. He can call.
Certainly
and flop.
not folding. So, I mean, the logical move, Joe, clearly is just to see the flop.
So the big blind ante plays a big role in this now. We're 3-handed. You know, when you've got one big blind is a big blind ante and the average chip stack is 10 big blinds. There you go. That's correct. Well done.
So, if we see some hearts, we could see some fireworks.
Oh, for sure.
So, Medit hitting the bottom end of that. So, Joe, just off the back of your birdies and bluffs, getting just asked on the chat there if you can do one with mini golf for people who don't play golf. Maybe start it off at Holy Moly and then...
Holy Moly, work our way up.
Yeah, I'd be in for that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm watching here, but this is quite strange. But I guess they know what they're doing. They've got history with each other. Is he gonna call? He's calling, yeah. I would have been inclined to raise coming in from Daniel's spot.
So it's hard for Daniel now. Does he keep telling the same story?
I actually thought at the start of the hand, I thought Daniel had the Jack 5, Daniel had the King 10.
Decides to check. Go to the river. Pair the 7. So it's probably not really a bad card for Medit. He decides to check. And Daniel has not been getting out of line at all. I'd be absolutely staggered if he bet here, but
his only bet is to bet big.
Yeah, and he hasn't played like that at all. This would be a complete departure. Yeah, so he checks. And Medit picks up 600k with the pair of 5s.
How much longer in this level? Do we know?
I actually can't tell you that. How much longer on the level? Our producer's getting in there and having a look. Can't be too long. 10 minutes. What I love about doing this, Joe, is I don't know any of these people on the chat. Just talking away and they're talking to me, Harv, I'm like, I'm their best mate now. I love it. Thank you for welcoming me to the poker community. It's good to be here. But having said that, Joe, I'll tell you, one of the things I have noticed here, these are not the same faces that I've been seeing in Sydney and Brisbane, and there's a lot of
Melbourne
people who have not played APT here.
Melbourne. I mean, it's the first time APT's come to Melbourne, right? So I think it's great that the Melbourne poker community has come out to support. We have a plethora of players here who are just starving for poker action, so it's great to see everyone here. Look at that. But it's now crept up a little bit,
Is
right?
it just incredible, isn't it, how quickly it turns?
A couple of lines.
The other thing people would have noticed there, Joe, is we had that beautiful view out onto the city. It's now dark in Melbourne. Can't believe it. 5 o'clock, it's dark here. And now we're getting this real VIP feel up here. I'm calling this the James Bond suite. It's like playing at Casino Royale in that room. The boys have walked in, especially the ones that haven't played up here yet, and they just walked in and went, jeez!
Yeah. It's impressive, isn't it?
Yeah. Where are we? So, the 5 again for Madid. It's going to be his favourite card. We'll have to bet. Always looks pained. Always looks pained. Simon can't get out of there fast enough.
5. Nice.
Now it's really a big step up and a big change, I suppose, from what we've done previously on this tour. We're normally in one big room and it's noisy, and the feature tables sort of in the middle of the room or up on a stage, and people are railing, and it's just a very different feel. It
feels quite elite, doesn't it?
Very elite. It feels very VIP. Still pretty fun downstairs if you're in Melbourne and you want to come down and play, or if you're interstate and want to jump on a plane for a couple of days. Of course, we're going right through to the end of Monday. We've got 3 levels of poker here, down on level 3, level 5. Two fantastic rooms.
You know what? We've got the main event starting tonight. I think the main event is going to be huge. We've given away a lot of satellite seats. And we have 3 flights, I believe, for the main event.
4.
4 flights.
First one's today.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if we get a prize pool of over 400,000 for that. I really won't be.
Me neither, just purely on the basis that we've smashed every guarantee. And it's hard for you, bro. Like, you've got to put guarantees on, but geez, you're risking a lot. Especially first time ever in Melbourne, you just don't know. You don't know how people are going to respond. He's put guarantees on pretty much every event, and they're decent guarantees. And I would say on the basis of what we've seen so far, that guarantee on the main event is going to get slaughtered.
I agree.
And a bit of fun tomorrow, the Brendan Favola event.
Oh, is that Fiv's events tomorrow? Yeah, that'll be fun.
We're going to, if you want to come down and play that, we're having a meet and greet before, about 4:30. We're going to have some drinks, and Fev will get up and say a few words and make it something a bit special. And on the basis, again, of...
He's going to be wearing his Carlton jumper as well.
Well, he's coming in fancy dress, is he? Joe, you're talking to the wrong person. I'm a Collingwood supporter, as you know, and I'm just trying to hold it all in at the moment because I haven't seen a team this dominant. And I know Sydney were good last year, but I haven't seen a team this dominant for a long time.
You guys are good.
Yeah,
I hate you, but you're good.
But just how dominant it's. You know, even in 23 when they won the flag, they didn't beat teams by 60 points, 70 points. They beat teams by 3 points the whole season.
It's just strong.
Yeah, it's fun times. But
we should see an all-in call here.
So Daniel again, he keeps getting this hand, this Queen Jack.
There we go.
I knew that would put half the chat off, saying that I'm a Collingwood supporter. So Daniel's now all in.
What's Simo got? Why can't we see his cards? Hasn't he done them yet? I'll tell you something, Harvey. No matter how tired you are, at this stage of the tournament, the adrenaline just purely takes over.
No, we can see why he's just making a decision here. Ace high. Wow. Wow. Okay. And now it's back to Medit. So what does Medit do here, three-handed? Joe, does he just call this or does he come right over the top? What does he do?
He just calls.
Yeah? Okay.
His hand's not strong enough to go over the top. So once upon a time, back before poker became so scientific, you both call here and you check it down unless you got a hand and try and bust the other guy out. And then we went through a stage of poker where the young guys say, no, you gotta raise, you gotta do it. And now it's come full circle back to understanding that the correct play is to actually try and bust him out.
Well, at the end of the day, you're playing against him.
Yeah, Daniel's left a chip on it. Behind it.
Yeah.
I didn't have to look at that.
So if Medit goes the way that you think he'll go, and it's supposed to go, he'll just call here. And I actually like Daniel here with the two small aces. I actually like him hitting one of these two cards. So let's see.
Oh, look at the stats. He's 45%.
Yep. Oh, there you go. That's why I like him. I just noticed that. And he hits one, bang, on the flop. There you go.
Now ace comes, he's going to triple up.
He decides to check. Now he's got Queen Jack. I think he might put that other chip in. What do you reckon?
I think so. Oh no, they checked it all around twice.
So
his hand wins.
He triples up.
No wonder this is taking forever, Harvey.
Yeah.
No one is prepared to bust.
The player who's on the way out somehow finds a way back.
The cards just don't want to bust anybody.
So I was saying, if you're in Melbourne and or surrounds, get in here for a bit of fun tomorrow, at the very least at the Favola You Beauty event. And that's supposed to be a one-day event. If it's a one-day event, it's probably going to finish about 3 in the morning, to be honest, with the number of entries we'll have. It'll probably go across to Saturday, we're thinking, but...
what's the buying for that?
I think it's a 600 or 1,000. I think it's 600. I think it's the same as this one. I'll tell you what that is. Yeah, 600, Joe. So, expecting a big field.
Back to almost even
yeah.
now,
This is what's been happening.
They're going to come back and after the break, I'm guessing the blinds will be 100, 200, which means 10 BBs again.
Are they having a break? Just keep going, don't we? Haven't seen them leave that room.
They're on break now.
They're on break now?
Yeah.
300.
Okay.
So it can't be long.
We're said it a few times. We're 25 minutes behind, so that's obviously a big part of the integrity. Not commentating this live, we're commentating it as you're seeing it. 25 minutes behind, so we have no idea what's actually happened in there. Lucky enough to have Joe up here just to clear his head after already firing 2 bullets into the PLO. But
that's $5,000.
Yes, just remember, it's the big PLO. It's 2.5K. So, very graciously just boosting up the prize pool.
Hey, that's, I'm a man of the people.
Yeah, of course. We always said that.
I like to give back.
And there's no question that Joe will be back. What's your timing to buy back in, Joe? You going to wait till after dinner?
I'm not sure. I'll decide after this when we go on break here. I might just go straight back into it, or I might go have dinner first.
So, an ace high is enough for Simon to push it all in. Daniel, King 8. Don't see him risking his tournament on a King 8, so that goes in.
I love how seriously they're taking this. Like,
I think it's the feel in the room though. This is what I was saying to you. If you're down on the floor, it's noisy and you've got a rail, and it's so different to in here. It's intense. It promotes intense. God, it'd be good to have a party in that room, wouldn't it? Just crank the music up.
I was here for a birthday party a few months ago in that room.
How good?
Amazing.
I live 10 minutes down the road drive. I didn't even know this existed. So it's just a really, really good setup, this place. Great restaurant right underneath us on the 40th floor. Incredible views. Food's been really good. Really, really good.
You're getting me hungry now, Halves. I might have to have dinner before I go.
Parma here was probably as good as a good pub Parma. That's saying a lot.
People aren't coming here for a Parma.
No,
what are you trying to tout here, mate?
Well, just
come here and have a steak, have some mussels, have some oysters.
Really? I didn't see any of that stuff. This is Joe goes up to the 40th floor restaurant. I go to the one on the 5th floor.
We're not going there, mate. I'm not going there.
Guess what Daniel had again? Queen Jack. Are they actually shuffling the cards?
There's actually nothing in it now. If one of them decides to actually go for it.
Yeah, it's really been ABC poker for a long time. No one's getting out of hand. The way this is going to end is 2 premiums up against each other.
Harvey, we need to see blood.
I know.
The audience wants blood.
Of course they do.
Give us blood,
Can
please.
you give us kings against aces or like something?
I'll take ace king against ace queen. I'll take 5s against ace king. Come on.
Pocket pairs against each other. Anything. Just
give us some blood, guys. Come on, you can do it.
This is obviously a good hand. 3-handed, so Daniel pushes in with that. It's rubbish. King 9. And off we go again.
I don't know. It feels like this tournament should have been over like an hour ago.
Joe, seriously, I rocked up here. I saw 5 people get eliminated in 10 minutes to get us down to 9. And I thought, geez, can you order me some dinner on the way home? And then it's just been. But it's great to watch because they're exactly as you've said it. It feels like they're playing the main event here. They are really working this hard. If you're going to knock me out, you're going to earn it.
Yeah, they're not giving their chips away. That's for sure.
something like that, yeah. 1, 2. Yeah. Oh, it's not going to qualify? Oh, I got a pair.
Really?
Yeah. So, I was going to shove the last hand, but...
No, small blind fold. Yep. Fold to the bottom, to the line.
Right. We have aces. Come on, someone have a hand. Here we go. Here we go, halves. We've got it. Ace, eight. This has got to be a showdown hand, surely. Come on. Come on, boys. Oh, this is so unlucky for Simon. Oh, my God. Big decision here for Simon.
Is it really? Come on, mate.
Can you hear the sarcasm or what?
I can.
There we go. All right. Okay, what's Daniel got? 10-5. Muted just got 10-5. Okay. What are you thinking about now, buddy?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Does he know the actions on him? I don't think Midit knows the actions on him. I think he just realised.
Tough decision. There we go. All right, unlucky son. Come on, Simon. Give us a flop to sweat. Come on, we need a flop to sweat.
It's about the worst hand you can have against aces too, ace king.
You have more than me?
Give us a sweat flop.
29.50.
Oh, that's a
got
sweat
one.
flop.
You
That's
got
a
one.
sweat flop. Let's go. Let's go.
Needs a 10. Can he spike a 10?
Oh my God.
No, he can't. Next door.
29.950.
Wow.
I
That's just
agree,
turned the whole
Justin.
tournament on its
I
head,
agree.
didn't it?
Look at this. Yeah, and Muda had something to think about with the 10-5. He was like considering. Simo's just vomited on himself now.
Oh, he's completely. He's got nothing. He's got a blind, hasn't he? 250. Joe, when Daniel spiked the only 2 in the deck on the river, I said he's winning this tournament. I actually said he's winning this tournament.
That's usually what happens. They find some miracle and then they go on to win the
turns
tournament.
it into a win. He's going to be a really interesting interview at the end of this. He's massively chip leader now after...
Oh, gosh. Look at that. That is huge.
Poor Simon still has to sit on the table with 250. He just wants to get up and leave. I suppose, Joe, you've said chip in a chair, so it's possible, but...
Anything's possible, man. Anything's possible.
It's massive. Well, we were waiting for a cooler hand. We were waiting and finally got it. The ace-king against
Okay,
the
let's
pockets.
call it, Halves. I want to see a 3-way all-in here, and let's wrap it up. What do you reckon? Or 3-way all-in and Simon triples up or something.
I think Simon's...
You're getting one out as number.
Where is he, Simon? He's small
Yeah.
blind, so I think
Yeah.
Simon's probably... It's going in either way.
Simon's letting him know how he feels about the two, about the one outer now.
Oh, yes.
He's talking about that.
You can hear it on the table. And one of the great things is to actually hear. See, they're chatting now. So, Simon here on the button. Jack 8's straight in, mate. It's Jack 8 suited.
He hasn't even looked at his cards.
Yeah.
Which he shouldn't. He doesn't.
He left one behind. He's still left one behind. Same suit for Madid. He gets out and leaves it up to Daniel. Daniel unfortunately has a 8-6. He's got absolutely stuff all chance of winning this, but he's got a call. I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but
I don't know that I can watch much more of this.
He's decided to make sure he puts his last chip in as well, so overbet it. So
Free side, which is good. 8 or a 6, yeah.
Simon,
Good.
looking pretty good.
He's in good
to
shape
survive
here. What miracle is Daniel going to pull here?
Well, it's a miracle 6, and he has been the miracle man so far. King 5-5.
Okay.
7. And straight. Here we go. No, didn't get it.
Straight. Wow. He had too many outs.
So
Simon nearly tripled up.
Yes, Simon has the same,
He did triple up,
same
actually.
chips as Madit now. So
Check. That's what I'm saying. I'm not folding, so like.
And I'm going to remind you the pay jump is significant. 7 and a bit up to 10 and a bit. So 7-4 is for third. 10-8. So that's a bullet into the big PLO. Joe, you won't want to get knocked out yet. So I think that's good enough for Madit. Suited king on the button. Of course it is, and it goes. Daniel folds, leaves it up to Simon to decide if he's playing. And he is playing. He's got pocket queens. So here we go, the 2 short stacks.
What do you think?
We're about to lose someone here, Joe.
Yeah, this is definitely
what do you
a
think?
loss.
What would you do with queens in this game? With one big
So
one?
Simon has battled back, and now he's a big show
What the king,
to go heads
for sure
up
The king is coming now because I didn't say call first.
against Madit with the suited king. 6-6-4. An 8. Oh, it's a spade too. Spade on the river or a king wins it. A spade. Oh my lord.
Of course.
And out goes
unlucky.
Simon. He'd be sick. He would be sick.
Yeah.
Those 2 hands.
Queens and ace king, hey? Back to back.
Wow.
Unlucky. Well done, Simon. On that note, Harves, I'm going to leave you to it, mate.
Thank you,
give the rest
mate.
of the heads up.
Fantastic
It's been fun.
to have you here, Joe, and good luck in the big PLO.
Thanks, mate.
We might see you up here on the feature table a bit later in tonight, depending on when you buy in.
See you, mate.
Thanks so much. Great Joe Hachem joining me up here, and I think he came up absolutely certain that this was going to finish in his little stint in the commentary booth. At least he saw it through to heads up. What a way for Simon to get knocked out. This final table's been all about that.
So the button is a small blind. They'll act first before the flop. After flop, they'll revert to button. Tell me what you want to do. So tired right now. Just put a 400. Yeah.
So they sat next to each other for this whole final table, and these 2 guys now go heads up. I didn't even see them chatting, so I'm going to assume that there's no deal. I don't think Daniel would even be remotely interested in a deal here with the big chip stack, and he'd have a lot of confidence in the way he plays. Thanks, little ditties, for your encouraging comments. I'm enjoying myself up here. I'm definitely enjoying the last little bit of this. Seen a couple of big hands and seen this flipped on its head a couple of times, and I did say when Daniel Klinger hit that one outer, and it wasn't a one outer card, it was a one outer in the deck. There was 1, 2 left in the deck. 2 of hearts. It's the only card that was going to save him. He was out the door, spikes the 2 of hearts on the river to stay alive, and I did say he's going to win this because that's what happens. And here he is on the verge. He's got 3 times the chips of Medit.
You didn't chop, did you? Sorry, you didn't chop the fight.
But I'll also tell you, Medit's not going down without a fight.
Not right now. So when I have half of those, I will. You put some stuff. 400 total. 2 and 2. 2 and 2. Oh my goodness. So 8 behind. 200 score. Call. Option. 3 card. Jack. Chocolate. Jack.
So they both limp in, and Daniel hits the bottom of that. Say gut shot for Medit. That's not enough for him to stay in. And Daniel takes a few more chips.
Is this the hand? I think it is. All in. How much? I think 7 or 8. 800,000. 8 7. Last time I had this hand, you won. just as king, huh? Thanks a lot. That's very disciplined of you. Very impressed. You didn't call 600 million on that stuff. I didn't call this one. You didn't call the last. When you had ace king just now. Yeah. That strike I would probably. A lot of people would just go mental until you took them out. Alright. Hold on. Still lying. Alright, let's see. Yeah.
So this could be it here. Medit with the small pair. Oh no, it's not going to be it. As Daniel hits his 9. It's going to need some help here, Medit. That is not... sorry. Yes. Oh my God, yes. Hits the straight. Oh, wow. This never ends. It's the never-ending poker tournament. I thought he was gone. Hits the straight on the end, the 4. And all of a sudden, but it's right back in this. You couldn't make this stuff up, seriously. This has been the longest final table with the shortest of stacks I think I've ever seen. Guys should have been out of this so many times. It's the never-ending poker tournament. We're going to rename this the Hachem deep stack. As Medit survives, hitting the 4, making the straight, hitting the gut shot. Oh, wow. They're having a laugh at me. I thought I was going to be home for dinner. Thought this was going to go for an hour. This has been quite incredible. I'm really enjoying it. I hope you are too at home. I don't want it to sound like I'm complaining. It's just been incredible. When we cut up the highlights of this table, people are just going to say, no, that wasn't on the same final table. There's no way that happened. Cockroaches, all of them. Just going to kill them. Big prize jump. 16K up top. 10-8 for second. Daniel Klinger must have thought he had this one. It was over. This guy's done for. I've hit top pair. I've hit my 9. He's got 3s. And then we did. Says no way. I'm still here. So, Medit has the pair of 5s. He checks. Daniel. It's pretty much nothing. This time, the 2 on the river doesn't work for Daniel. And Medit's got the check mark. Daniel, 400k speculative bet. Medit decides, all right, I'll have a look. It's really evening up here. Just getting a feeling that unless we get a couple of monster hands against each other, this is a long way from over. If you've joined us recently, this is Heads Up in the Hachem Deepstack here at the Tournament Poker Fest in Melbourne, presented by the Australian Poker Tour. This was a $500 buy-in event. We had 117 buy-ins, unbelievable number, and we're all the way down to the last 2. They're playing for $16,000 up top, and our second place getter will take $10,800, which is pretty good for a day and a half's work. And it has been hard work on this final table. We lost a lot of players very quickly this morning. We came back with 14. I reckon we were down to our final table within 15 minutes. And a lot of very, very short stacks came back today. But since we've got onto the final table, it's been heavy going. And you can see on the top right corner, we're on hand 91 on this table. So we've seen a lot of poker to get us heads up here. It's Daniel Klinger with the chip lead as they go to the flop. Ace 5-7. Nothing there for either. Gut shot for Daniel. He's going to stay aggressive and bet here. 225. Min bet. Gets a dip to fold. And the back and forward continues between these two. I know Daniel is a fixture on the Australian poker circuit. I've certainly seen a lot of him final tables at the Australian Poker Tour events in Brisbane, in Sydney. His demeanour has not changed, even when he was miles ahead with pocket aces and had them busted. And then later on, when he was against pocket aces with an ace two and rivered the only two in the deck to stay alive. That's a ace queen 3 flop, which gives Daniel a pair of queens and bottom pair for Mudit. He's bet 200. So it's back over to Daniel, who calls. So Queen has the check mark there. So another 400 goes into the chip stack of Daniel Klinger. It's their VPIP, which is percentage of time they've been voluntarily putting chips in. So it doesn't include your blinds, but when you're actually voluntarily putting chips into play, they're pretty much identical there. And it goes on.
600.
Medit's had that bag on for that long, expecting to get up and leave the table. He just keeps surviving. I think now he's superstitious and won't take the bag off. As he folds there to Daniel. He's got 19 big blinds. Medit, just the paltry 4 bigs. So the dance continues. The last two. Backwards and forwards, toing and froing. Daniel decides to fold. I think Madid had a pretty good hand there. Might have just snuck a queen as his first card. But Daniel thinking better of putting any more money in at that point, and the button moves.
An hour ago, 1.2 was looking like amazing stack. Sorry, how much?
Madid now, very strong. King 10 heads up. He's going to put the whole lot in. Let's see if Daniel's got some. No. Just need a couple of good hands against each other. There's no way he's playing that. Daniel, just a call. Madid checks the option. Go to the flop, and there's a queen. A great opportunity here. No, Madid gets the insta fold. He decided to push the whole lot in. Daniel's not calling that. So it evens up a little more. So Madid now looks down at a bit of garbage. 6-2. It's a really hard one because the blinds are so high. I'm also putting in a 300k ante. So every hand now is a really significant percentage of the chip stack. So Madid with 2 million. There's 750 in every hand, so it's really hard to fold anything. Just feels like you're giving chips away, but he's got to wait for a spot. 6-2 isn't it? Daniel's got to make a decision on whether 10-5 is it. Still heads up. It's going to be better than a lot of hands. 10 high. Oh, Madid now. It's just how he plays this. And the temptation is just to shove it, which he's not going to get a call for. Can he find a way to slow play it? He can't. So, happy to take the blinds and ante and keep evening this thing up. Long way from over. Thought it was going to be over quite a few hands ago. But again, saved on the river. Madid spiking a 4 to give himself a gut shot straight and survive. Now he's starting to get some cards. Pockets again. Pocket 7s. I think he's pushing all in. Has Daniel got anything? No, terrible. 8-3. And Madit takes another round of chips. Really is evening this thing up. It's a massive dog. He had 700,000 left, Madit. Early on in this heads-up battle, he's been able to claw his way back. Hasn't turned the whole thing around as yet, but he's been able to claw his way back to 35% from about 10%. That was Daniel all in with the King 4. So he takes the round.
Another 50. 300. Call. Okay, no more calls. No more calls. Three and three.
So here we go again. We've finally got the coin flip all in. Madit with the sevens. Daniel, ace jack. Here is the flop. And the jack for Daniel. Miles in front. Oh no! Oh, can you believe this?
What?
Oh my lord! This is the craziest final table ever. How is this still going? How is this still going? How is this still going? I can't believe this. How many one-outers on a river can you actually hit on a single table? We are going to have probably the best highlights package in history of a final table in a major tournament once we cut this up. Get on the chat. Has anyone ever seen anything like this? And now they're even in chips. Madit has literally crawled out of the coffin and continues in the Hachem Deepstack cockroach tournament because no one dies. Oh. Incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible stuff. Geez, if he wins this tournament, he's going to remember that forever. Pocket sevens. He hit a 7 on the river to stay alive. Wow. Now, I know we've got a few viewers, but there's a lot of people who will be telling other people to watch this. This will go onto YouTube and onto Facebook. Once we're finished, we'll download the whole thing. And can you just tell everyone to come and watch this? Because this is the craziest final table I think I've ever witnessed. And we're going to slice it up into some highlights, and people think it's AI. That did not happen. And I'll also tell you all out there, you should never ever question online poker again when you see this happening live and going, well, that doesn't happen in a live event. Well, we have seen some stuff here that does happen in live events, but happens so rarely and pretty much never all within proximity of each other like this. I've never seen so many 1-outers on the river. Wow. I need to calm down. I'm loving the chat. No, so Skilder-X, what you're basically saying is they've used up all the crazy of all live games just on this table, and that's right. So if you think something like that happens once every 100 hands, it's happened 7 times here, so... Yep. Privileged to be watching it. Privileged to know that all those stories that you hear from people, oh, I was sitting on a table and this, that, and oh, yeah, right, yeah, I betcha. Well, now it's on record. Well, if anyone is finding it boring, it's only boring because it should have been finished an hour ago. Just can't believe this is still going. How can you climb out of the coffin that many times? It's not just the one bloke. I reckon every guy who made this final table at one point has come back from the dead to stay alive. As we now, would you believe, have an even chip stack. Boys deciding perhaps just on the table there to do a deal. You might be hearing that better than me. I'm not getting loud table chat through my headset, but just the way that they shook hands there suggests to me now that they're on even chip stack, that they may have done a deal. We'll find that out a bit later. Just the only thing I'm basing that on totally is just that handshake there, that they shook each other's hand. It was an interesting time to do that. To be honest, I'd be surprised if Daniel was keen on a deal. But I will get back to you on that. Definitely don't take that as gospel. But I will tell you that they are fighting desperately for the title. This is a really good one to put on your CV. I won the Hachem Deepstack, and there is a really beautiful glass trophy that commemorates that forever for you, that the winner is desperately going to want on their mantelpiece or possibly straight to the pool room. Medit now holding the chip lead. Definitely heard some commotion down in the room. We can't really see what's going on from where we're positioned here. Heard some commotion, so I'm gonna just predict that this might not be a long way from being finished without saying too much, because I don't really know, but I'm just doing that on what I'm hearing in the room as we see the chip counts there. Medit on 4.2, Daniel on 2.8. The blinds pretty high here. It's not going to be much slow playing of decent hands. I think all we need to do is probably see a couple of good hands against each other and we're going to be pretty close to done. But who am I to say that when this tournament still lives after all that we've seen? For those looking to watch some poker tonight, I'm not quite sure how this is going to affect things just going this late here. I'm not quite sure if we'll be back with a PLO tonight or if we'll just pick it up tomorrow. Potentially not, just because it's the first day and we're not really going to see a winner or even the money bubble, I dare say, being burst on the PLO. Well, we're not, because it's a buy-in tomorrow, so I, again, will keep you informed on what's happening here. Whether we'll come back with a couple of hours of PLO. Daniel betting out here with air. Medit does have the gut shot. He has a look. Guess what? So he takes that down and increases his lead. Just had tournament director Josh Monk come through here. I'm just letting you know I've renamed this event. It's now called the Hachem Deepstack Cockroach, because it's the tournament you cannot kill. The never-ending event. Never seen so many people climb out of the coffin, Josh, who were gone and come back in. This table has been insane, actually insane.
Saves me a lot of hassle doing this. All in. So 1,225,000 is that? Yeah. Oh, that's your
So we deal again in the tournament that never finishes. As you can see there, it's hand 114. on this final table, and never seen so many players crawl out of their coffin. What an amazing final table this has been. It's been slow, I agree. It's been slow, but it's been slow because it should have been over an hour ago. The players that should have been eliminated. I see Liam has just joined the chat. He's one of them. Got knocked out on the river. 10 was the only card that was going to win it for his opponent, and bang, out it came. We've seen a 2 on the river for Daniel. He was dead. There was 1-2 in the deck. He spiked it on the river, and then his opponent also should have been out. Pocket 7s. He's miles behind, gets to the river, spikes a 7, stays alive. I've actually never seen so many one-outers strike in such a short space of time. The highlights package on this one is going to be fantastic. And whoever wins this should celebrate it hard because it has been really hard-earned. It's been a marathon, it's been a grind, and it's also been an emotional roller coaster because when you think you're gone, when you think you're about to stand up and leave and then you're back in, or when you think you've won it and someone hits something on the river to keep it alive, and so the emotions as well you've got to deal with. We did put that bag on, that shoulder bag, as he was leaving, and he hasn't taken it off because he just keeps... He's probably too scared to take it off now to change his luck. There's the 8-2 for Medit. Wow, putting the pressure on. Daniel folds. A nice chip lead now too. Medit having fought back from one big blind. Blinds are so high now, there's no slow playing of this. You're all in, all in, all in. So Daniel's gone all in here with a Queen 5. Medit's got an ace. He's got an ace. Big decision time. Ace 3. Daniel, Queen 5 suited. You have him covered, Medit. You have him well covered. Is he prepared to pull the trigger? He's not. Daniel takes it. Just going to wait for a better spot than that. Also, please keep your eye on the socials, on Facebook, particularly Instagram. We'll let you know what we're going to do later in the night with the broadcast. This has gone way longer than we thought it was going to go, and it might be difficult for us to put much of the big PLO on, which was our plan tonight. That event won't finish. It'll go into tomorrow, so you're not going to miss a winner on that. But I just thought we'd bring you a bit of PLO to entertain you tonight, and I'll just keep an eye on the socials to see if we're going to do that and what time that's going to come on. So this could be some action here with a Jack 8, Jack 9, if there's a Jack, and there is a Jack. All right, here we go. This could be it. As Daniel goes all in, and here it is. Big chance. Well, it's not a big chance of a chop here at all. This is a big chance that it could be over here with Medit. Daniel's going to need to hit an 8. And just to rub it in, it's 2 pair for Medit. And finally, We are done. We have a winner. We have a winner in the tournament that never ends. Well done, Madit. Takes it from Dan after an absolute marathon final table with more twists and turns than you will ever see. We have a winner. Madit Mohatra wins 16K. Daniel Klinger, valiant in second, 10,800. That was something else. Hope you enjoyed it. I am finally going to go and have some dinner. As I say, keep your eyes on the socials, keep your eyes on Facebook, just to let you know what we're doing, if anything, later in the night. If not, we will be back here tomorrow, and tomorrow's a fun day. Get down here if you're in Melbourne, and come and play with Brendan Favala in a 600 buy-in event. That's going to be a lot of fun, and we'll definitely have the final table of the big PLO, and we'll see you then. Signing off. Have a good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, from today starts the Australian Poker Tour's Melbourne Champs main event flights. This event is a $200 ticketing fee plus a $1,450 tournament entry fee and features a whopping $250,000 guarantee. This event features 30-minute levels, a 40,000 starting stack and unlimited re-entries. Flight 1 kicks off today, Thursday the 5th of June at 4 p.m. Flight 2 is tomorrow, Friday at 4 p.m. Flight 3 Saturday at 2 p.m. and Flight 4 is on Sunday, also at 2 p.m. Early indicators are pointing this to be an absolutely massive one, so check our schedule online, get yourself down to the Oakwood premiere and see if you can get your name in the APT history books.